Yeah,
Either one.
let's start. Good morning. We're going to convene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting for June 27th for our closed session agenda. Madam Clerk, we'll call the roll.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Root Askew and Supervisor Lopez joining us shortly.
And we'll call for additions or corrections for closed session by County Council.
There are none today, Chair.
All right, we're going to ask for public comments on any of the closed session items 1A through G. This is time for the public to speak on any items on our closed session agenda. We'll give you a couple minutes. I don't see anybody in chambers, anybody online today.
Yes, there's one hand raised. It's Christian Schneider.
Okay. Mr. Schneider, you're up.
Hi, good morning. So I'm back here again because on March 24th, at a settlement conference, at which point the judge had requested the county participate. And, Janet Holmes said that on April 18th, the Board of Supervisors would take a vote on proposed settlement offers. I don't know if that actually happened or not. I want you guys just to write that down if you don't mind. Then we were back in court on April 26th. The settlement offer was made that was supposed to be voted on in June. So this is the last meeting point in June. So given your county council's past history on this and the DSA lawsuit, where they were sanctioned and ultimately lost the lawsuit, didn't show up to settlement conferences, I'm a little concerned that the county council has not been acting in good faith and giving the people the opportunity and the facts to understand this issue. On a final point, the last vote that I remember that was taken was after you had lost the appeal, and the judges found that they were trying to sabotage a campaign. You took a vote where you said you would no longer be funding the defendants. The issue was you weren't just funding them. You were actively participating and colluding with the defense. The issue arises is that two supervisors endorsed one of the defendants for political office during that vote. So I don't know. I think if we push forward, that vote's going to be called into question. Thank you for letting me finish.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, then we will recess for closed session. We'll reconvene at 10:30. Thank you very much.
Podium mic test 1, 2, 3.
Good.
Staff mic test 1, 2, 3.
Good.
Staff 2 test 1, 2, 3.
Good.
Mic 1 test 1, 2, 3.
Good.
Test 1, 2, 3.
Good.
Mic 5 test 1, 2, 3.
Good.
Mic 7 test 1, 2, 3.
Good.
Mic 9 test 1, 2, 3.
Good.
Mic 10 test 1, 2, 3.
Good.
Mic 12 test 1, 2, 3.
Good.
Clerk's mic.
Good.
Wireless test 1, 2, 3.
Good.
All right, everyone, we're running behind schedule a few minutes, so we're going to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present.
Okay, we will ask for the announcement of our Spanish interpreter, Diego Celis.
Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Diego Celi, seré su intérprete español-inglés, inglés-español para la reunión de hoy. Si está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Diego. And now, if I could ask Supervisor Chris Lopez to lead us today in the Pledge of Allegiance. If we can all rise, please.
Please join me in pledge. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much, Supervisor Lopez. Let's go to additions or corrections by the clerk.
Yes, there's an addition to item number 24 under scheduled matters for housing and community development. An errata memo was received. Also, there's an addition to item number 25 under scheduled matters for housing and community development. An errata memo was received. And there's a correction to item number 47 under consent calendar for health department. A revised board report and resolution were received. And there's a correction to item number 50 under the consent calendar for health department. This item will be moved from consent to a scheduled PM item. And there's a correction to item number 94 under consent calendar general government. A revised attachment was received. And lastly, there's an addition to item number 107.1 under consent calendar for public works facilities and parks. A signed ordinance was received.
And Madam Clerk, from consent, you said one item was moved to the afternoon regularly scheduled agenda. Was that item 46?
It's item 50.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Okay, with those corrections, we will move on today to our ceremonial resolutions. These are items 2 through 4 today. And if we could have a motion and a second to approve.
Move approval.
Moved by Lopez, second by Supervisor Church. Any public comments on any of the ceremonial resolutions? We will be presenting on one today. Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those against, motion carries 5-0. So today I'll be presenting the first to designate July as Parks and Recreations Month in the County of Monterey. And I believe I'm presenting this to Parks Director Brian Flores. Oh, there's one. Thank you very much. Director Flores, I want to thank you, first of all, you and your team, all the staff, dedicated staff of our parks, Monterey County Parks. We want to thank you. We have some amazing parks, two resorts, South County. We have Laguna Seca, and then a wide range of parks all over the county that really provide a really enjoyable experience to thousands of our residents and visitors each month throughout the year. So this resolution designates July as Parks and Recreation Month in the County of Monterey. It says the county parks encourage physical activities by providing space for popular sports, hiking trails, and many other recreational venues that promote active lifestyles. County parks allow area residents to escape to unique outdoor settings where they can commune with nature and slow down and de-stress from the rigors of modern life, which positively impacts their mental health by increasing cognitive performance and well-being, as well as alleviating illness such as depression, attention deficit disorders, and Alzheimer's. Our county parks help preserve the natural environment and ecology that is essential to the viability of area plants and wildlife. County parks are attributed with improving a community's economic prosperity through increased tourism, improved property values, expansion of our local tax base, attraction and retention of business, and crime reduction. The United States House of Representatives designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and the National Recreation and Parks Association proclaimed July 21st, 2023 as Parks and Recreation's Professionals Day. So the County of Monterey recognizes the great benefits derived from our county parks and recreation resources and extends our thanks to our county parks professionals who work daily to maintain and preserve these valuable resources. So therefore, our Board of Supervisors today approved this resolution that proclaims the month of July 2023 as Parks and Recreation Month in the County of Monterey. And we encourage all of our residents to visit and acquaint themselves with our wonderful county parks and reap the benefits that they contribute to our health and quality of life. So with that, if we give a big round of applause to Brian Flores here, thanking him for his tremendous work. Thank you, sir. And we would love to hear some words on behalf of your staff.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Yes, without staff, of course, none of this would be possible. We have a great group of volunteers and staff and community members that help keep our parks in excellent condition and open for all. And I'm glad that we're able to offer free entrance for our residents of Monterey County as well as our visitors for the day use parks. It's something that nobody should have to pay to go hiking and to recreate in public open space. So thank you very much and appreciate this.
All right, thank you very much. And we'll take a photo real quick.
Thank you for the hats. You'll see us out in town. We've got our MCP, nice green. Yep, I'm not sure is this approved with county communications, but thank you.
And everyone want to encourage people to visit our parks, especially since this board decided to waive the fees for most of the park entrances. But during the pandemic, it was really an escape. And so our parks are vital and they were really much appreciated, very much appreciated by everyone that comes to enjoy them each day. So with that, we're going to keep moving on. We're going to go to appointments. These are items number 5 through 18. Do we have any comments or questions on any of these appointments from our board?
Move approval.
Is it moved by Lopez? Is there a second? Second by Adams. And is there any comments from the public on any of these appointments? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, the motion carries 5-0. We are now going to our consent calendar. We have quite a few items on today's consent, which are items number 32 through 107.1. Do any of my colleagues want to pull or comment on any of these items? Let's start with Supervisor asking, then we'll move this way down the dais.
I had questions about 73, and I was asking that we pull 91 for separate vote. I'll abstain from that since my mom is a signatory on that as a volunteer, but just to preclude any appearance of conflict, I would prefer not to.
Okay, we'll come back to you. Comment on 73 and pull item number 91. Supervisor Adams.
Number 95. And I will want to amend that item so that we approve just some and take one of the vendors out.
Okay. All right. We'll come back to that. Anyone, Supervisor Church?
Yeah, item 73
Okay.
and 107.1.
107.1. Okay. Supervisor Lopez, none? I have the same questions on item 73 as well. So that's 3 of us on that one. So we'll go to start with Supervisor Askew on item number 73.
Thank you. So item 73 is a Monterey County Sheriff's Office appropriation increase, an increase of $4.9 million to cover deficits in the admin and enforcement ops unit and the corrections ops unit. And it appears that to fund that, the budget committee reviewed an option to utilize some unassigned fund balance going back 2 budget years. And so I was just curious. We had a long conversation with Ezekiel and budget team yesterday, but I'm curious why the unassigned fund balance from 2 years ago wouldn't have rolled into our strategic reserve or to backfill our contingencies that were spent down. And maybe there was no other, anyway, that was my first question, why that wasn't an automatic roll. But it does appear that the CAO has also reviewed this. So I was just curious if the CAO could comment on, and sorry to put you on the spot, Sonia, but could comment on the option that's been presented to us to utilize fund balance, which would typically roll through these other series of allocations.
This came up in our agenda review, so we'd love to hear from our CEO and our budget director.
I agree. We actually sent a follow-up related to this item. I believe Ezequiel is actually on the line as well and will provide a little bit of information related to the unassigned fund balance. This would be for prior years. The unassigned fund balance for this year has not been calculated yet, but there have been remaining dollars from prior years. And understandably, we had alerted the board that there was going to be a deficit in the sheriff's department for fiscal year 22 and 23. So this will address the concern that we have from sheriff's office. So Ezequiel, if you could provide additional detail regarding the three mechanisms being used to address that shortfall.
Yes, thank you for that. Supervisors and Sonia, members of the public, Ezequiel Vega, County Budget Director. So the reason why we have three different funding sources being recommended for this action is that a little over $700,000 is being used to pay for compensated absences. This means the vacation balances that were due to those that were leaving the sheriff's department during the fiscal year. In addition to that, over $1 million is being recommended from the strategic reserve to pay for the costs associated with respond to the emergencies in January and in March. And then the remaining amount of over $3 million is being recommended from unassigned fund balance. And I think this speaks to the question from Supervisor Askew. Why are we using unassigned fund balance from prior years and why is not rolling into the strategic reserve and other sources? So for fiscal year 21-22, we had a pretty good year where revenues exceeded expenses by a significant amount. So as part of the budget end of year report, our office recommended that the strategic reserve is fully funded, the same with contingencies, and also set aside funding for the 115 pension trust and other purposes. After all of that was completed and the maximum amount established by county policy were reached for the strategic reserve and contingencies, we still had some unassigned fund balance left over. And that is the amount that is being recommended to be used for this purpose at this point. So all the other amounts for the strategic reserve and contingencies were fully met, and we still had some left over at that point. So that's the reason why we had this funding available for that fiscal year.
As a follow-up question to that. So I know our county financial policy states that any any unassigned fund balance has sort of a waterfall starting with backfilling strategic reserve and then going into sort of a number of other things. So even though it wasn't utilized or necessary in the budget year that we were making in the year that the unassigned fund balance was available, why wouldn't it have rolled in a future year if the need was there? Because we do have a need. So I guess why wouldn't the policy apply to future years? Or why was it determined that the policy shouldn't apply to future years?
No. The policy applies every year. So every year we do an evaluation on where we stand with the strategic reserves. So at the end of fiscal year 21-22, we made an evaluation on where we stood with that balance. We looked at how much was needed to fulfill that 10% policy, and that's what happened. For fiscal year 22-23, we don't know where we are yet because the fiscal year has not closed yet. So once the fiscal year closes at the end of this year, we'll do a similar type of evaluation on where we are at the end of the fiscal year. If we have excess revenues over expenditures, then our office will make a recommendation to the board when we bring the budget end of year report at that point to replenish whatever may be available to the strategic reserve to fully fund it if we have sufficient resources, or to fund it to the appropriate level based on the available resources at the end of that fiscal year. But every single year we make that recommendation. But at the end of fiscal year 21-22, when that evaluation occurred, we had excess and assigned fund balance even after all those limits had been reached for the strategic reserve and contingencies.
we're on 73, so we'll go to Supervisor Church now, then I'll go next.
Yeah, as I recall, on the budget committee, we didn't really recommend yes or no on this. We just wanted it to come forward for the board for discussion. This is correct. So that was our official position on this. I think the general feeling was to be open to this because there's been a transition in the sheriff's department, and this was in between administrations, and that the current sheriff didn't have complete control over, or didn't have control over the budget prior to January, and so this is why we were looking at this a little bit differently than we would in many other cases.
And on the same item, Mr. Vega, my question was, isn't it true that we call it unassigned fund balance, but I believe 2 years ago, that was our first year of ARPA funding. And so a lot of departments were budgeted money from ARPA, and because of inability to hire or to expend all of it, some of that was unspent, and it gets folded into this category of unassigned fund balance. But that's ARPA funding that we could have been using for other purposes, especially in light of our tighter budget this year. This item would never came up in our budget hearings, that we had this millions of dollars set aside from unassigned fund balance from 2 years ago.
So ARPA dollars and also CARES dollars allow the county to be able to respond to the pandemic and to specifically allocate those dollars for those purposes. So the dollars that were available at the end of the fiscal year as an assigned fund balance were not federal funds. Those had to be spent for a specific purpose. So any funds that were not spent for a specific purpose from ARPA or CARES will have been set aside into a liability account. And then the liability account then will be used in future years to be used for budgeting purposes. So the unassigned fund balance is not related to ARPA dollars. It is true that ARPA dollars gave us the ability to not have reductions in budget years, and also gave us the ability to be able to continue to provide services. But whatever was left over at the end of the fiscal year was discretionary county dollars, not ARPA dollars.
Thanks for that clarification. The only other concern I would raise is just that this continues to be an area of concern. It was when Supervisor Askew and I sat on the budget committee, because it's such a huge overrun each year, more than any other department in the county. And I've seen the district attorney's office, other offices, that when they're just 150,000 over budget, they make adjustments to make sure that they come under budget. Whereas this department, historically, regardless of who's leading, has just been over in the overrun in the millions of dollars, which really takes significant resources from other aspects of our budget, from other services that we can't fund in other departments. And in this particular case, only in 1 year, it's $5 million. So I just wanted to ask our colleagues on the budget committee to keep an eye on this, and our CAO and our budget team, because I think at some point we need to address this continuing problem in this one department of being significantly over each year in terms of what is budgeted for it. And we made a budget for this year, but we're going to be here a year from now on this department doing the same thing. Hopefully not as big, but it will be significant, because that's kind of what we've seen over the years as in our experience. Any other last comments on 73 before we move on to the items?
Based on the budget committee discussion, that this wasn't recommended for approval, I think it would have been appropriate to have this agendized as a scheduled item for actual discussion. So just to whoever staff, FYI on that, that's an expectation I would have for the future. And I guess I'm uncomfortable with utilizing the unallocated balance from previous years for this purpose, given that we have a financial policy that's very explicit about how unallocated fund balances should be put into different spaces. And I understand that this is, we're talking about unallocated fund balance from, I think it's 21, 22, and we're now in year 23, 24. But I still think that unallocated fund balance should roll to our strategic reserve, given how low that balance is sitting currently and the challenges that we're going to have in future years filling that. So I'm uncomfortable with the way that this came forward, and I'm uncomfortable with what's being proposed. I do think we need to find a way to, the sheriff's office, under whatever leadership, spent the money, and we've got to figure out how to fund it. But I'm not necessarily comfortable with how this is being presented to us today.
Mr. Vega, how much more money is in that FY22 unassigned fund balance outside of this $3.1 million that is being utilized for this purpose as recommended?
Approximately $900,000 is left over. We had about $4 million for that fiscal year, and after using $3.1 million, if the board approves this action, there will be approximately $900,000 left.
All right. So that's what's left. And is the budget team going to recommend that be placed into the strategic reserve?
Once we have the results for fiscal year 22-23, we will look at this $900,000 in conjunction with the activity for that fiscal year, and we'll make that recommendation based on the board's direction to prioritize replenishing the strategic reserve. So yes.
All right. Thank you. See no other questions on this item. Then we're going to go to other items.
Yeah, process wise, I just wanted to get back to that. We were clear that there wasn't a position on this. We wanted it brought to the full board for comment. So, and actually input given the size and structure. There's obviously this is a significant amount, and there's another significant amount that's on our agenda for later this week coming from the same department for this coming year's contingencies right away. So just want to spell out that for us, I mean, obviously at that size, we feel that's a full board conversation. That was the conversation we had and why we wanted it here. It is a unique way of finding the funding, but the comments that I know I shared were the same that Supervisor Church did, in that we're in a transition period, but it was also stated that this should not be the norm. And we were told this is not the norm is from this new administration. That's what we were told. So just wanted to put that out there as exactly as we move forward. So just wanted to share that with everybody.
All right. We're going to go to the other items, and then we're going to go to public comment on any of these consent items. We will go to item 91 by Supervisor Askew. Oh, we want to just pull that for a separate vote, or do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I mean, item 91 is a contract with the Monterey County Free Libraries and the Birth Network for Monterey County. My mom's a volunteer with the Birth Network, and it happens to be the signatory on that MOU. So I'm going to ask that it be voted on separately, just so that I can abstain to avoid any appearance of conflict. With a big thanks to the library for working with all of our nonprofits that are out there.
Let's go to item 95 by Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. And I think we have Deborah Wilson in the audience who is going to address this item for us. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Is it off?
It's on.
Can you hear me? All right, thank you. I'm Deborah Wilson, the Contracts and Purchasing Officer for the County of Monterey. And I just wanted to address item 95. We originally came to the board for them to approve 3 vendors to provide countywide service agreements for tree trimming and removal services. Late yesterday afternoon, we learned that there is a violation with one of the vendors, Topes Tree Service. And given the late time that we did get this information, we wanted to give, at the recommendation of County Council, Topes an opportunity out of respect, because they have been providing services for the county for the last decade, an opportunity to speak to the violation. And also we have Josh Boland on the line, our compliance department. But we have on the line to represent Topes, Stephen Beals. He is their attorney. And I want to give him an opportunity to speak to the board before we make a decision, before we make a recommendation to the board.
I'm asking him to unmute himself.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair and fellow supervisors. My name is Stephen Jones and I represent Coach Tree Service. Inc.
We can't hear you clearly. There's some background noise, sir.
I apologize. I had late notice for this and I'm in Colorado at a softball competition with my daughter. Is that better?
That's kind of important. Okay, we'll manage as best we can here. Go ahead, speak loudly, though.
Okay, I will begin by asking you not to pull the approval of the contract from the consent calendar and to approve the contract here today. I've been working with the county on administrative matters for 2 decades now, and I've worked for the Topes for over 15 years. I've never experienced a situation where staff has acted to interfere with the award of a contract to a corporation because of a purported violation by a person affiliated with that corporation. There's an alleged violation on a property owned by the Topes Family Trust. The corporation is not responsible for the violation. The Topes have made considerable efforts to resolve the issues the building department has with the property. Their inquiries related to the broad allegations remain unanswered. All this while facing considerable damages from the flooding. Their property was on the national news and inundated by floodwaters. The Topes need clarification on how to resolve the purported violations in light of the severe damage caused by the floods. They stand eager to resolve the flood enforcement case. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, and again ask that you move forward with approval of the contract. Even a 30-day delay or any delay at all will cause considerable financial harm to the corporation and deprive our community from urgent services that are pending. Delay will also not serve the purpose of code enforcement, which is to bring the property into compliance. I thank you for your consideration, and I'm available for any questions you might have.
Thank you. Anything else to add by staff?
Well, I've heard what he's had to say, and from a process perspective, I was going to ask the board to allow for us to move on with the other 2 vendors and allow for us to work, I guess, behind the scenes to help resolve this issue. This is a countywide service agreement, so he's already submitted a proposal. So once this is resolved, we can always add him to the countywide service agreement. We have services that are going to end June 30th. And so this is so that we have continuity of business and we can continue with continuity of business for the county. But if it is not the recommendation of the board to go forward until this issue can be further reviewed and resolved, I am asking the board to consider the other 2, as Supervisor Adams had mentioned before, and that we work with him behind the scenes and we can add him at any point. He doesn't have to wait a whole year. We can add him because his proposal is already here.
Okay, Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Yes, I would be satisfied with that. It just troubles me when someone just absolutely flouts the laws that we would come back and attempt to, have a contract with them. I don't think that's how we should be doing business in our county. So moving forward with TNS and with the West Coast Arborists, I think is a great idea.
Okay.
Well, let's be clear for the county council. It's an alleged violation, right? At this point, there hasn't been finding yet. I just want to make sure we're not saying something as is factual when there hasn't been a final determination made.
I think it's more than alleged. I believe there's an existing settlement agreement between the county and Mr. Tope. And I don't know if Mr. Bowling is on the line or if Mr. Spencer can address it. I just want to point out some language in the RFP for these services. At section 10.3, it says that agreement awards will not be based on cost alone. And at 10.5, it said the awards resulting from this RFP will be made to the contractors that submit a response that, in the sole opinion of the county, best serves the overall interests of the county. So that, in my opinion, allows the board to consider these circumstances when making this decision. Thank you.
And staff, how soon could that issue be rectified and be placed back on the agenda if the matter is resolved? Would it be July 11th, or would you expect that to take longer than 2 weeks?
Josh, would you like to speak to that?
Good afternoon, board. Chair, this is Joshua Bowling, Housing Community Development. The violations are going to require a use permit to to rectify some of those. So it'll all be dependent on the property owner, how fast they move forward. Some of them are minor, so they can move forward quickly and clear some of the minor violations a couple months. But again, there is a use permit that looks like it'll need to be processed, that they filed an application, but it's considered incomplete, and they haven't moved forward in more than 6 months on that. Just to make everyone aware, our last conversation was with the attorney at the time was Michael Harrington, was in February of this year. And we were not made aware that Stephen Beals is now representing the client. So we've had no contact with the property owner or their attorney since February.
All right, Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I think I'm on the other side on this one, just based on what was, I've seen the file. I understand what the concerns are with the property, but big picture, this is the only local vendor on the list. We're talking about people out of Bakersfield or Santa Clara, and we're looking at the one local company. And because they're local and built a Little League field for kids, which I understand is one of the violations, we're saying they shouldn't be allowed to get a contract with the county. And I know that we're heavily reliant on them for services, for especially some of our key places like our park. So I'm concerned about removing them at this point, given the separation between the property ownership and the business. I'd prefer to move forward today.
Supervisor Church.
Yeah, I'm not really familiar with this too much. I'm just from what I'm hearing right here. So it's puts me in a real difficult position to really make a call on this, and I'm not, from what I hear, not ready to vote on approving on something here. I think there needs to be more discussion, needs to be more information, and seeing where we're going. But I think Supervisor Lopez comments about this is the only local vendor is of particular significance. I think this kind of touches upon a problem that I've realized here in the last couple of weeks, and a lot that we're sending out for contracts. I mean, number 37 had one bid, number 82 had one bid, 94, which I brought forth on landscaping maintenance, only had three bidders like this. 105 didn't have any response at all, and so we're just keeping the same person from 2018. And so I know there's a lot of local tree companies out there, and I think it's important for us to really get this information out there so that we don't run into situations like this. And it needs us to take a more broader outreach when we're seeking bids, competitive bids, because it'll save the county money in the long run and avoid situations like this. But I would like to see a delay on this just so I can get a little more familiar with what's going on with this one.
Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, thank you. I also have quite a few questions that I don't know that I'll get answers to in this setting right here. But if it's an option to move forward with the current list, so that I can get some answers, some answers to my questions, and if we delayed this particular contract with TOP by a week, adding them, I would feel more comfortable moving forward. But there were things that the attorney said in public comment that I have questions about that I just want to get clarification on, as well as I'd love to be able to consult with county council. So if we could
2 weeks, because it's 4th of July next week.
Okay, in 2 weeks. So that would be my request. And it sounds like there may be at least 3 of us that would support that.
Okay.
So
let's go to county council, then Supervisor Adams.
No, I was just going to say, so the idea might be to approve the 2 and direct that staff report back in 2 weeks on the situation with TOPS.
Yes.
I mean, I'd even be comfortable bringing it back and having it placed on a future closed session or future consent agenda, just so that if there is a problem at that point, we'll be able to pull it. But that gives me time to go back and do the research that I need to do.
Okay.
I would be comfortable with that.
Same here, because I'm familiar with the violations. Yes.
County council took care of it for me.
Okay.
So question, we're delaying the one contract or all 3?
Correct.
Just one. On item 95, then we'll ask that the motion include that item 95 approve the other 2 and that the TOPS contract be placed back on the agenda in 2 weeks on July 11th.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Can I ask for a separate vote on that, Mr. Chair?
Okay, do that. We'll pull that for a separate vote. Let's go to item 107.1 by Supervisor Church.
Sure. I'm happy with the way this lays out and it addresses the need, which was that the PCSD ordinance 05054 originally did not allow for refunds or for any way to address interruption of services for the people and Paro with the sanitation district. My only part on this is I would like to have a separate vote because I would like to, add in that we actually change this ordinance so that we don't have this come up at some point in the future. If there's a similar disruption and have to come back to the full board to it, is that find some way so that it can be addressed. So if there's interruption of services, that there can be a suspension of billing or a refund of those services. And that would be my motion is to approve this with that instruction to the staff to make that change if that's possible.
It hasn't been agendized that way, so let's go to county council.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor. You could direct that staff return with a modification to the code section that allows the refund.
That is my motion, yes.
Okay, we'll do a separate vote on that. Okay, let's go to the public now. If the public wants to comment on any items on consent, items 32 through 107.1, except item 50 that has been placed on the afternoon agenda.
There is one hand raised.
Thank you.
And actually, they put it down.
All right, last call for public comments on the consent calendar. Seeing none, we'll ask for a motion to approve consent items.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Sorry, my hand was raised. And I completely understand on item number 73, our budget director, Ezekiel Vega, used the term approximately 4 million in the unassigned fund balance for fiscal year 21-22. But because the board was asking for the amount, I wanted to provide a reference. And that amount in unassigned fund balance for fiscal year 22 is 4.99 million. So close to 5 million. And so if the only use is this a consent agenda item, then the remaining balance could be approximately 1.9 million.
Right. Almost double that. Okay, that's good to know. And we'll look forward to that coming back to us about how to use that unassigned fund balance in the future, as he already mentioned he would do. Okay, we're going to ask for a motion on consent calendar, except item 50, which is on the afternoon calendar. We're pulling item 95 and pulling 91, 95, and 107. So can I have a motion to approve the remainder?
So moved.
Okay. Moved by Adams, second by Church. We had no public comments. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, motion is 5-0. Now we will go to pulled item 91. This is the library contract that Supervisor Askew wanted to
move approval.
Second.
Moved by Lopez, second by Adams. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, all abstentions. Okay, motion carries 4-0 with one abstention, Supervisor Askew. Now we're going to item 95. This is that tree cutting contracts with 3 of them. We're going to pull TOPes that will come back to us on the calendar, on the agenda on July 11th. So we can have a motion to approve that.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Adams, second by Church. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against?
No.
Okay, so motion carries 4-1. We'll now go to item 107.1. This was the motion on the Pothole County Sanitation District on reimbursement for sewer fees. Supervisor Church, you wanted to add that direct staff to come back on making a modification to that ordinance.
Yes, to direct the staff to address in the ordinance to allow for where interruption of services will allow for a suspension on service charges or a refund on service charges.
Okay, so that would be direction. So that will come back to us in a future agenda item to have just more a report on that and then have discussion. Okay.
Second that motion.
Moved by Church, seconded by Lopez. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Now we're going to general public comments. This is the time for the public to make comments on anything not on today's agenda. We will allow up to 2 minutes. So we'll start with those in chambers. If you want to come forward to the podium and speak on any item not on today's agenda, this is the time to do so. I don't see anybody coming forward. Let's go to those on Zoom.
Yes, there are a couple of hands raised. Maria Perez.
Maria, you may unmute yourself and speak for 2 minutes.
Thank you. You can hear me all right, but I just wanted, my name is Maria. I'm a community organizer with Regeneración, and I wanted to share some concerns about the Pajaro families that are still displaced from the flood in Pajaro. You all had said that the shelters would remain open until they weren't needed anymore. And I do appreciate the families are in hotels and have some more privacy, but it does make it harder to see the displacement since everyone is like in their own spaces now. But I'm here to please ask that you continue communicating and supporting these families and the children of these still displaced families, because finding housing in this area is very difficult. With large security deposits plus first month of rent. So please continue that communication and support the families for as long as they need to. Hopefully not just by the end of July, but I hope these families can still have safe housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria, for raising those concerns. Anyone else?
Margie K.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I was listening to the LAFCO meeting yesterday, and they had a long discussion on the ag mitigation with the annexations and sphere of influence with the cities and county stuff. So what my question is, or comment is, does Monterey County have anything like that when, say, the Rio Vista application in Pajaro for the farm worker housing is being, if it gets built, will be on farmland? And if in the future something like that, an H2A housing complex gets changed to, say, a multifamily apartment building, just, you never know. Would there be any kind of, is there any policy then? Because it is being built now on farmland, zone farmland, and I think that's what it is. And because it's so I think you understand my concern, and I just wondering if Monterey County has something so that if it gets changed to multifamily, would there be some ag mitigation then triggered? And if not, I'd love to have you have a discussion, an agendized discussion in the future about such situations. Thank you.
Thank you, Margie. Anyone else? Anyone else on chamber? Last call. Yeah, please.
Please support Larry Samuels of UCSD. I'll address something on SIP matter, which I believe is agenda item number 22 later, but I wanted to advise the board that UCSC is leading a coalition to apply for an EDA Tech Hub designation for this region, which could provide funding up to around $75 million. The target for such funding is smaller metropolitan service areas with emerging technologies that are of national strategic importance. Obviously, the advanced air mobility play is in that space. We've got 3 of the nation's leading manufacturers in this region currently operating, testing, and manufacturing. And we will be looking for the board's support and advising the board hopefully later at an upcoming meeting. But the deadline for application on this grant is the first week of August. So it's a fairly quick turnaround. It's a very exciting opportunity. We are sweet spotted for it in terms of demographics. and technologies, and look forward to speaking individually and collectively with the board on this. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that good work and good news. Anyone else? Last call for items on today's agenda.
There was one, Richard Rosenthal.
Richard Rosenthal wants to speak.
Go ahead, Richard.
Yeah, thank you. Chairman Alejo and members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to address you today. Yesterday, I provided the Board of Supervisors and other members of the public a copy of a letter to Craig Spencer and Melanie Beretti regarding Save Our Peninsula's concern with the proliferation of illegal and unlawful operations of STRs in the county, and particularly District 5, Carmel Valley, and the resulting conversions of single-family residences to visitor accommodation units in violation of the county zoning ordinances. In SOP's letter, a reference is made to 2 emergency ordinances previously provided to your board. However, the letter neglects to mention that both of these ordinances may be adopted as regular ordinances requiring only a majority vote of the board. In any event, SOP encourages the board to take action to stop the depletion of housing stock prior to the adoption of the revised ordinances and housing element. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay. Seen it? No one else? Then I just want to make a correction to the chair's agenda. We're going now into the Monterey County Water Resources. Yes. This is okay. It seemed like we did this not too long ago, though. Okay. All right. Madam Clerk, call the roll. We're going to recess the Board of Supervisors and we're going to call to order the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present.
All right. Any additions or corrections to this agenda?
There are none.
Any general public comments on items not on today's Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency meeting? Seeing none. Okay, we got one scheduled item, receiving the progress report on the Interlake Tunnel and San Antonio Spillway Modification Project. Pass it to you.
Chair Alejo, I apologize. My agenda says that we are considering appointing a representative from the Monterey County Agricultural Advisory Committee.
My chair's agenda is incorrect then. Yeah. That's why I was asking. This seemed like you did this like last week.
Yeah, I was all.
I was asking county council.
It was just so good. We want it again on
Yeah.
that. Just
Yeah.
hit the rewind button. So
Wait. That's why we always ask we got to double check the chair's agenda.
deja vu all over again.
That's why.
Yeah.
I knew there's something wrong here.
We've already done the agricultural director positions to the GSA board. So that's
sure.
done.
This is for the
for the
Water
Board of-
Resources Agency
The
Board.
board of directors. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So why don't you frame it on the agenda item? Because mine is incorrect. And then we'll go into your presentation.
Sure. So thanks for having me here today, Chair Alejo and supervisors. We're here to request your consideration to nominate a representative of the Monterey County Agricultural Advisory Committee to the Water Resources Agency Board of Directors. The term would be for 4 years, beginning retroactively January 1 of this year through December 31 of 2026. Under the Agency Act, the Monterey Agricultural Advisory Committee is to nominate 2 persons, from which you all will take one to assign as a director to the agency. The 2 individuals that the advisory committee have put forward is John Bailey, who has been serving on the Resource Agency's board of directors, and Mr. Mitchell Moss. Their bios, I believe, were included in the board packet. So that concludes my report.
Thank you. just a clarifying question for County Council now. If this is approved, I don't see the item properly agendized in the regular Board of Supervisors meeting agenda to be able to take action after this vote. So do we need one by the Board of Supervisors as well, or will this suffice having it on this agenda?
This is an action by the Board of Supervisors of the Water Resources Agency, and this vote suffices.
Okay, perfect. All right. Sounds good. All right, let's open up for comments or questions from the board on this item. All right, see none.
Question, Mr.
Yes.
Chair, are we also appointing an alternate or is it simply one seat?
Just one seat.
Okay.
Okay, let's ask for comments from the public on these two nominations to serve on the advisory committee. See none, we'll bring this back for discussion and a motion.
Are either of the individuals with us via Zoom to give comments? Just
Okay.
curious.
Let's go to any of the nominees. If they are with us on Zoom, we will, if they want to speak for a minute, we'll allow them to do that. Don't see any of them. All right. John Bailey or Mitchell Moss. Okay, let's go for a nomination.
I'll nominate John Bailey.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, there's been a motion and second. John has been very active, and so I would support him as well. See no other discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, motion carries 5-0. Congratulations to Mr. Bailey.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We will adjourn the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resource Agency. We will now reconvene the Board of Supervisors meeting. Madam Clerk, we call the roll.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present.
Okay, now we're going to go to item 21. This is to make appointments to the primary and alternate of other GSA eligible entity director positions on the Board of Directors of the Salinas Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency for the terms commencing July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2026. And we'll pass this to our County Counsel, Les Gerard.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, members of the board. As the staff report indicates, the Board of Supervisors makes certain appointments to the Board of Directors of the Groundwater Sustainability Agency. One of those positions is what is identified as the other GSA eligible entity position. And a couple of weeks ago, the board made certain appointments to the agricultural director positions and directed me to have some outreach to the other two GSA eligible entities, meaning the Water Resources Agency and Monterey One Water, as well as the County of Monterey. Supervisor Church has already indicated his interest in serving on the board of directors, and Supervisor Alejo is declining to be reappointed at this time. I reached out to John Bailey, the chair of the board of directors, and asked him to express his interest or the interest of any other person in serving. Mr. Bailey's response was that he was interested and did not indicate to me that anybody else was interested. I reached out to Mike McCullough and Paul Shuto at Monterey One Water. Mr. Shuto previously served as the alternate for a period of 3 years back when the GSA was originally formed. Mr. Bailey has most recently served as the alternate to Supervisor Alejo. And Mr. Shuto has expressed his interest in reserving on the board of directors. So right now, those are your three candidates. You need to choose a primary and an alternate. My understanding is that there was some expression of interest by another director to one of our supervisors from the board of directors of the Water Resources Agency, but that communication has not come directly to me. That concludes my report.
Thank you for the presentation. Any discussion by our board members? And I just want to say, as the current member, I've served for 6.5 years. I've been proud to be a founding member and a lot of the work that we've done so far on the GSA. But I think this is time to pass the baton to one of our colleagues, and I want to support having Supervisor Church step into this role. It's critical to have a representative from the Board of Supervisors on a lot of the decisions that confront the GSA. But I think Supervisor Church representing North County, which has some really challenging issues, especially with saltwater intrusion and some of the overdraft and in some of those sub basins. I think it's imperative for him to have a voice on this GSA. So I just wanted to express my support for your nomination today. So we'll open it up for other folks. We'll go to Supervisor Church.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I am interested in serving on the GSA. So I agree. There's it's very important, I think, for the Board of Supervisors to have a role onto here, and I can't see in the future where the board would not necessarily have a representative on here. In terms of the alternates positions on here, I'm very much a process person. And I know when the agenda first came out, it only had Mr. Bailey on there, and it just said a representative from M1W. And I know there's been another person who did not reach out to County Council, has expressed some interest. I like to have as open as a process as possible and have it to the public and completely. And I don't know if the candidates that were put out was completely open onto that. I know the other two agencies are the Water Resources Agency and the Monterey One. I think, as you pointed out, Monterey One did have a representative, and now Water Resources Agency is a representative as an alternate on there. I'm inclined to say I think that there's some misunderstanding from different candidates on there of whether what the deadline was on putting this up. I would like to kick the alternate down a selection, perhaps another 2 weeks, just because I want to have everybody's names who are interested in being on here. And that is not to declare I'll say there's two conditions on my own self onto here, and which will affect my vote. Is I'm not really in favor of staff people in any agency in the county serving on a policy body. And second of all, I do think it's important as much as possible to have people that live within something such as a basin to be on the agency that overlooks that basin. However, that does include both people in the Water Resources Agency and in M1W as well.
Supervisor Askew and then Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Luis, for serving and representing the county on this agency. Thank you, Glenn, for offering to step into this role. I think I'm comfortable proceeding with that nomination today, taking that action. I think there may have been some confusion about the direction we gave at our last meeting. I know that the announcement, we had a couple of people that had reached out to us, and we told them we would forward the announcement to them when we received it. But it didn't make its way back to our offices. And then I think it also didn't make its way back to every member who sits on the Water Resource Agency. So we had a handful of people who at the last minute saw this agendized and did reach out. So I think your suggestion, Supervisor Church, that we take action today on the primary, make sure that we get full circulation of the announcement for the alternate, and then take action on that in 2 weeks or 3 weeks, I think would be sufficient and would feel like we followed process. Everyone who needs to know has been informed, and it allows us to then move forward. So I'd be supportive of that today.
Supervisor Lopez?
Yeah, so I think I have an issue here. So the issue is I'm also a process person, and I know that the last time this came forward, we tried to make an appointment at that time, but the way that this is opened is not two different positions. It's you're applying for the membership, and we get to pick from that list for a member and an alternate. And so now we're saying, well, now we're just going back out for an alternate. And I think if we're going to leave it open, let's leave it open and make the full decision based off of the full list, because you should consider everybody on their merits. If we want to proceed today, I'm comfortable with Supervisor Church and John Bailey. Those are, given what we were given today and the fact that it went out the way it did, I'm comfortable with that. But if there's a concern, I'd say let's wait and let the proper process work, and that people are applying for the full position, and then we're choosing from that list for a primary and an alternate. So I have an issue with separating at this point, given that. But if we're ready to go today with those two, I'm good with that.
Okay. Anyone, Supervisor Adams?
Yes, I respectfully disagree and would choose to move forward nominating Glenn Church as our primary and postponing the alternate until we have an opportunity for a more expansive approach to allow everyone to be notified that there is an opportunity to serve as the alternate on this board.
Okay, and I agree with Supervisor Lopez. I'm willing to support Supervisor Church today. I think John Bailey has demonstrated dedicated public service in this area, certainly serving as the chair of the Water Resources Board. I think he's a right fit to continue serving as an alternate. I think he's earned it because he's certainly serving as my alternate. Every time I couldn't be there, he was there for the executive committee, the closed sessions, the meetings, and I want to make sure we continue to support somebody who's really stepped up to serve in that role for several years now. I think at least the last 3 or 4 years. We already had public comment. We had a public comment yet? Let's open up. Any public comment on this item first, and then we'll bring it back. I don't see anybody in chambers. Anybody online? Valerie? Okay. Now let's bring it back.
I'll move Supervisor Church as a primary and Director Bailey as an alternate.
I'll second that.
Yeah, I just like to discuss this. I think I want to have as open process as possible, and I think the concerns you raised about separating these two positions, which would be out of the ordinary, is realistic, and I would be happy at this point to actually delay the vote on both of these for 2 weeks, if that was what your initial suggestion was. Just to keep a fully open process on this. I don't think the committee, this agency, isn't going to be meeting that time. It's not really critical, so that would be.
You want to amend your motion?
If that's, or I was going to say, if that's a secondary motion, I'll second your amendment. I'll second your substitute motion if that's what that is.
Sure.
There was a motion in second.
I'll make that a substitute motion. If it's
okay. There's been a substitute motion to delay this item for 2 weeks for both positions to July 11th.
Could we ensure that the circulation of the notification gets distributed to every member who would be eligible for expressing interest?
That's quite a broad list, actually. There's no prohibition on staff sitting on the board. In fact, the city manager for King City sits on the board of directors as a representative of South County City. So I need your direction. Do I send a message to all of the elected members? M1W is a JPA, and the county is a member of that. Do I send it to all the members of the board of directors and the board members of M1W?
That's what I'd be looking for, the board members of M1W and the Water Resource Agency.
Okay, so you're ruling out, for example, Paul Shudo from that list.
And the general managers of each agency, who would probably be the ones to forward it. So
okay, all right.
I just want to make sure that everyone gets notified.
So could you articulate beyond M1W, who else would be eligible?
It's just M1W, the Water Resources Agency, and the County of Monterey. Those are the three.
Okay, so it'd be all the Water Resources board members too.
Right.
Thank you.
And staff.
And the general manager.
Okay.
Just a question. Is the agency meeting this week?
Yes. So the last meeting for June is on Thursday.
Just because you said you didn't think they were meeting, I didn't want surprise.
I don't think the next meeting will be till at the end of July. So they won't be meeting early July, before July 11th, after.
So the directors serve until their successor is appointed. The July meeting is July 13th. So hopefully you'll have new directors by that time.
Yeah.
I got a pretty full week this week anyway, so I'm happy to kick it off one more week.
It's a big meeting too on Thursday. Okay. The substitute motion was to postpone both these, but table these positions to July 11th and reopen county council to reach out to all potential nominees as specified earlier. All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, motion carries 5-0. Okay. Let's go to the next item. This is to consider adopting a resolution establishing a capital investment incentive program and authorize the CAO or designee to negotiate a community services agreement with Joby Aviation Incorporated. We have a presentation by Richard Vaughn, our economic development manager. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. One sec. Screen sharing. Perfect. All right. Thank you, Chair Alejo, board members, CAO De La Rosa, Richard Vaughn, Economic Development Manager. And I'll be presenting to you the Capital Investment Incentive Program, specifically in regards to Joby Aviation. There we go. All right. So a quick summary and background around this specific program and around the county's involvement with Joby Aviation. So the county has worked closely with Joby for several years to provide support through various departments here within the county. And Joby recently put out a request for proposals, an RFP for competitive site selection, potentially a 600,000 square foot aircraft production and testing facility. And the county went ahead and moved forward and engaged with several stakeholders who will most likely be available either Zoom or here in person, providing their support for this. And the group that came together provided a response to the RFP at Joby's headquarters in Santa Cruz in March of this year. The group also came here to the full board and provided a presentation April 18th this year, specific to the response for Joby's RFP. And during this presentation, we received a motion directed by Supervisor Rudescu to look at all the different programs and incentives that were available to Joby that the county could be engaged with, specifically with these groups, and to be brought back to the Board of Supervisors as soon as possible. Following that presentation, the Joby retention team pulled together, working with the Governor's Office of Economic and Business Development, GoBiz for short. One program that was identified during the presentation was the CIIP program. And so we went ahead and started moving forward, working with the City of Marina, the State of California, the Governor's Office specifically, and then also here at the county level and with our several stakeholder partners. And so kind of a broad view of what the CIIP is. It's an existing program that enables local governments. And just for your knowledge, the City of Marina actually recently passed their portion of the CIIP, and it passed through their city council. And so it offers a partial property tax rebatement for up to 15 consecutive years. And it's specifically for qualified manufacturing facilities and for assessed property values in excess of $150 million. Any city or county seeking to offer this assistance under the CIIP must first adopt a resolution, which is brought before you today by its governing body, authorizing its staff to work with the state in participation with the CIIP. Companies who are seeking this assistance under the CIIP must make a written request to the county or to the agency, the public agency, and you should have in your packet an item or document that was brought to the clerk of the board today, detailing the letter from Joby Aviation requesting for this. Should the resolution be approved, the local government agency county would then be able to submit this resolution to GoBiz, informing them the county is interested in working with their office on this CIIP program with Joby Aviation. This would begin the process, allowing the county to engage with potential qualified business, meaning Joby, and move forward with a potential community services agreement, which I'll touch on a little bit later. So some details about the Joby Aviation manufacturing facility. So Joby Aviation requested this assistance. It's estimated to include construction of a new 580,000 square foot building to manufacture and assemble their electric vehicle takeoff and landing product. This investment in real and business personal property necessary for full and normal construction and operation of the facility is estimated at $585 million. Joby has projected the new facility would employ a total of 1,800 employees. The jobs created at this facility would generally be managers, analysts, engineers, software developers, technicians, machinists, maintenance, and other support personnel. And so what you see here is the detail of the CIIP, and this is just an example using the estimates that were provided from Joby in working in partnership with the City of Marina and with our budget director, Ezekiel. And so as you see the $150 million valuation at the top row, what you'll see is that $150 million of investment potentially by Joby Aviation would provide roughly $361,000 of tax. And that $361,000 of tax would not be included in the share of this specific program, this tax incentive program. That would go directly to the county. And as Ezekiel was able to provide, the county share of that is the $90,390. The next line that you'll see is the $435 million, which makes up that total $585 million, where the potential 1% county share is just over $1 million. And that $1 million would then be subject to this potential incentive program, where 75% of that total would then be going to Joby to help retain their manufacturing facility here in the county in the city of Marina, and 25%, which would be the service agreement fee, would be the $262,000 that would be coming back to the county for the 15-year time frame. Once that 15 years sunsets, the entire total would then be going to the county. And it is recommended by Economic Development that the Board of Supervisors consider adopting a resolution establishing this capital incentive investment incentive program and authorize the county administrative officer or designee to negotiate a community services agreement with Joby Aviation and provide direction to staff. And I am available for any questions.
First of all, thank you very much for your work on this. I think this is an extremely important matter at this time. I want to just say, as chair of this board this year, that I think we're at one of those moments where if we have to make these right decisions and trying to keep Joby here. I was glad to hear the news I believe it was in May when they purchased and opened their headquarters permanently in Santa Cruz. I hope that this will help with that effort to retain them here, keep these jobs here, and be a tremendous economic and career benefit for the over 1,000+ potential employees with this. So this is one of those moments where if we make the right decisions and we could be successful in keeping Joby here, it would have a profound positive impact to our economy, to jobs, and to our residents for decades to come, especially on something so exciting such as this cutting edge transportation technology. So I want to open it up for questions first for my colleagues. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. As the other member of the Economic Development Committee, I cannot tell you how pleased I am to see this process commence. I'm just really delighted, and a personal kudos to you, Richard. I know we've done this before at this board where all we do is say how fabulous you are, but I'll just say it once and maybe that'll suffice for all of us. I'm very pleased with the work that you've done on this. I did want to just ask a question. If you could give me an idea of what the timeline would look like for a CIIP?
The timeline would depend on the negotiating partners. So specifically Joby Aviation making the decision to establish their manufacturing facility in Marina. So if it's intention that Joby Aviation just decide to stay here, then they could engage with the county and the city to initiate this program.
And they have indicated an interest.
Yes, they have indicated interest.
Great. Okay. I think that's the only question. I think Joby has just been an amazing asset to this county. It's exactly the kind of work that we want to see here. Advancements in science and technology, and the additional 1,800 jobs is really life-changing for so many people in our community. So I could not be happier with this and look forward to seeing it come to fruition. Thank you.
Supervisor Askew.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Vaughn, for the work that you've done in partnering with sort of the coalition that's looking at how we respond to the need to make a clear, sustained, coordinated opportunity clear and present for Joby. I don't take lightly the idea. We talk about economic development so often. It means that the county is investing county dollars into private businesses and corporations who are really the ones who are the the economic generators feeding money back into our county. I was kind of like look at that a little carefully, but we do have a number of things and ways in which we do that through the development set aside with our TOT. We do that with the Mills Act. We do that with the Williamson Act. We have a number of ways in which we take county revenue to reinvest it for economic development. And the thing that I feel, and part of the reason why I feel really good about this particular opportunity to pursue a CIIP with Joby and in partnership with Marina is because of the fact that these jobs that are going to be created are living wage jobs, they're career-based jobs, they're jobs that our children and our youth and our current residents have the opportunity to train into. I think that when we talk about economic development, I'm always coming back to for what purpose, for what outcome, like to what benefit, and the benefit when we're talking about these types of jobs, I think is real and present, and so I'm really grateful to you for putting this together. I want to give a shout out to the GoBiz team and the governor's office for really engaging with our local partners to try to figure out, how do we do this in a way that's ethical, in a way that is aligned with our values as a state and a community? We've really, I think, found Joby to be a strong community partner, working with the community. Joby was there when the county needed a facility potentially at the beginning of COVID. They've been there for us during the storms, offering up their staff and facilities. So I'm pleased and feel very comfortable with how this is laid out, and would be thrilled to see the county support moving forward with the negotiation as well as continuing to work with all of these partners. And if there are other opportunities or other programs that we become aware of, I think it's important for us to continue looking at that, as well as the other thing that I've heard directly from Joby and that we know throughout our county is, even when you have living wage or career path jobs, housing remains a challenge. So we're going to have to, I think creatively about how we find ways to partner and allow for a workforce that's making decent wages to have appropriate places to live that are nearby their employment. So with that, I'll just say thank you for this. I'm supportive of moving forward, and a big, huge thanks to the entire team of partners who've been just collectively working on this, as well as many other strategies moving forward.
Thank you. Let's go to Supervisor Lopez and Church.
Yeah, just supportive. It to me is like a single property EIFD, right? Like we're looking at a single property with those taxes. So I get the concept. I'm completely supportive, and I agree with Supervisor Askew's final comment there, the question about housing, and we need to solve that, right? And not just so that we have a place to put these folks with their wages, but not impact those people who are currently living in our communities, who are making the rest of our community run. And so I think if we commit on this, we also have to commit on being willing to build housing. I think those are the two pieces that Joby needs. It's not just one side of the house. We've got to solve it across the board. And I've heard that clearly from them. So thank you for your work on this. Remain supportive.
Thank you, Supervisor Church.
Yeah, I also feel very supportive of this. I think this company is a great deal of opportunities it can offer to the people in this county. I wish the state program here, which is at 150 million on up, had a lower threshold, because I think it could really invite in a lot of smaller to medium companies. 150 million means you're a pretty good sized company, but it's here. It's good for Joby. Again, I wish it was something that we had opportunities for smaller businesses as well, like this.
All right, and then the only questions I had was on the staff memo seemed to indicate that if this were to be approved today, there's still a process to negotiate some of the job creation goals and job training goals. Could you elaborate on that some more? When will that take place, and between Joby and the county?
Yes. So that would be with our CAO De La Rosa and her designee. And then I believe County Council would need to come together with the meeting with Joby Aviation. Same thing with the city of Marina, and get the final details. So this is all just estimates that were provided by Joby. Mm-hmm. So that way we can present a resolution to the board. Following this, there will need to have the conversation about what those real figures will be, so that way it can be put into an actual community services agreement that can be approved by the board at a later date.
Great. And the memo indicated that the city of Marina is also moving to create something similar, a CIIP. And has that been approved yet, or is that going to be agendized on their at their meeting sometime soon?
Yes, it was actually approved, I believe, 2 weeks ago.
Okay, perfect. Awesome.
The initial
The initial
resolution.
resolution was approved by the city of Marina, and they intend to
yeah,
negotiate and then come back with their final.
Perfect.
Exactly.
And is that what we're doing? We're doing an initial one, and then we'll come back to finalize at a future date.
Correct.
All right, perfect. All right, let's open this up to the public. Any members of the public who'd like to come and comment on this item? This is the time to do so. We'll give you a couple of minutes. Thank you for sticking around.
Thank you, Chair. I'm encouraging, obviously, the adoption of the SIP negotiation process. I also think that the EIFD process needs to move forward as aggressively as possible. This is a very unique situation. 3 of the 5 largest players in this space in the United States are all testing or manufacturing in this region: Hollister, Salinas, Marina airports. You've got major research initiatives through University of California, through the DoD. The county needs to look not only at this form factor size, we might win the RFP, we might not, but no matter what, Joby is going to be building out manufacturing here because they have to, because they have deadlines in the next 2 to 3 years that they will make. So a lot of support across the board, and then looking beyond Joby at all other players in this space, trying to build an ecosystem for advanced air mobility within the region. We have the highest concentration of these type of companies in the world within 50 miles of where I'm standing. And I would urge the board to direct staff to, as aggressively as possible, entertain a variety of programs to be able to encourage their success. Thank you.
Great. And thank you for your leadership and your work on this as well. Anyone else in chambers? Anyone else online on this item?
Tina Nieto has her hand raised.
Yes, Sheriff Nieto.
Thank you, Supervisor. One, I just want to say that I'm very supportive of Joby and the economic driver that it brings. And I've known about Joby far longer than any of you guys, just because I came from the city marina and I was in on some of the stuff that we did with Joby from the very beginning. But I also want to point out that as we look, as we move forward, and hopefully Joby stays in our area, that we'll be looking at properties. And some of those properties include sheriff's locations where we store hazardous materials, where we have explosives. I won't get into the where that's at, but the board needs to consider that if we move into those areas to repurpose it for an economic driver such as Joby, that we're going to have to build facilities to be able to safely house these and have these training opportunities. And these are millions and millions of dollars that we'll have to invest to do this. And, I don't want the board to say the sheriff's office always does this, because, even with the new sheriff, I just want to make you aware of it, that that's a cost that that's going to cost the taxpayers as we move forward with this. But I'm totally on Team Joby. So I'm not saying don't do it, but you have to take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Anyone else? Last call for those in chambers. I don't see anyone else. Okay, Mr. Vaughn.
If I can add just one thing, we received a couple letters of support that you may all be aware of. So we received a letter of support from Monterey Bay Economic Partnership and also Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce. So just wanted to address those.
All right, we'll bring this back then to entertain a motion.
Yeah.
And last thing I want to say, I hope that we are successful, that we can make this truly a Monterey County success story, a California success story. A lot of eyes are on our county, on what we're doing in terms of trying to facilitate this investment, these jobs to stay here in our county. And I hope that this will help help us move a step closer to being successful and keeping Joby here. So entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we adopt a resolution establishing capital investment incentive program and authorize our CAO or designate and negotiate a community services agreement with Joby Aviation.
I'd like to second it.
Moved by Supervisor Askew, second by Supervisor Adams. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those against, motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much, Mr. Vaughn. Good luck, and thanks to everyone continuing to work on this important item. All right, we're gonna go to it's 1207. Can you want to at least handle number 23? The final options for the county's popular mark and take actions to select and adopt the preferred mark by Nick Pasculi, and then maybe we could break for lunch after that. This is on its third rendition to us. Maybe more. Mr. Marshall will probably take your item, Kent's Court, after lunch. That's okay. Okay.
And Valerie, can we share a screen? Getting ahead. Okay, great. Thank you so much. Sorry for the delay with the technology. Honorable Chair and Board of Supervisors, thank you for the time today as we embark on the final selection of the process of the county's new popular mark branding. I want to say I'm deeply gratified for the opportunity to stand before you today to express my gratitude to a collective effort that has gone into this vital project. It is a testament of the unwavering dedication and commitment to our county team. As we approach 2023-2024 fiscal year, we recognize the importance of a strong, resonated brand that captures the essence of our counties and instills pride in our community. The extensive collaboration and tireless work put forth by numerous individuals has brought us to this moment. And I wish to acknowledge two exceptional collaborators who have played a pivotal role in shaping our final selections. First, who's here with us today, I want to express my gratitude and heartfelt thanks to Arturo Roque from our Human Resources Department team. Arturo's dedication and unwavering commitment to excellence has been evident throughout this process. His insightful contributions have shaped our final selections and have ensured that we present a brand that resonates with our community on a profound level. I also would like to thank Ina Gutierrez from our Health Department Communications team. Ina is on maternity leave right now, but she has given some valuable input during her leave. And she has been talented and creative and instrumental in us refining our brand. Her unwavering commitment to this project has also ensured that we move forward with a brand that reflects the vision and values of our county. With their invaluable contributions and the collective feedback we received from the Board of Supervisors, we have implemented at your request, some of your recommended alterations. These selections embody the spirits and essence of the County of Monterey, and we are confident they will serve as a powerful representation of our community. And so with that, we present to you option A, which of course, as you all know, these were recommendations that were made by the board at the last time we met. And on option A, you have A1 and A2. There is a very, very slight difference. I won't quiz you on what that is. I'm hoping you can see it yourself. But it is the angle of the fields. In honor of Supervisor Chris Lopez, we want to get north and south, but we wanted to tilt a little bit east and west too, so we didn't leave anybody out. And then we moved to option B, and we incorporated the 12 stars for the 12 incorporated cities in our county. Option B is essentially the same option, but with the single star. Also, I believe, as recommended by both Supervisor Chair Alejo and Chair Lopez, as indicating the County of Monterey being the first seat of the state of California. And last but not least, option C, 1 and 2C, which represent the County of Monterey breaking the circle, and also with the reflection of the single star as the option. So those, I believe, are our three options that we have for you.
D is no longer an option.
Oh, there's one more. Darn. My bias. I was trying to limit your selection.
But it meant to be read the report. That's why.
In order to make your lunch break happen sooner. Option D, of course, which is also similar to option C, but it has the 12 stars as opposed to the one single star. And those, honorable supervisors, are your final 4 selections.
Oh, sorry. I was just looking at them. Good job, though. Good refinements based on the input. So we'll go to Supervisor Lopez first.
I like 2B and 2C. I mean, I'm sorry, 2B and 2C. Yeah. I think those two are my favorites, given the options. And I'm wondering, can we adopt 2?
I would prefer not to do that.
Okay.
That would not be a best practice. I'm sorry.
Okay. Just throwing out my thoughts there.
Oh, okay. Let's go to Supervisor Church and then go to Supervisor Adams.
I'm going to disagree with Supervisor Lopez, and I'm going to go with 2A and 2D because I think the single star makes Monterey County look too much like Texas.
Okay. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. I chose 2D because I like to show the representation and inclusion of all of the cities. And I also like the way the fields are aligned in this one specifically because you can really tell that they're fields and it's as if it's really drawing together the sea, the mountains, and the fields. So I'm all about 2D.
Okay. Supervisor Askew.
I think they're all great and I support whatever any one of these I would be happy with. I think I appreciate that there was some, adjusting from the first groups, but if you have a favorite, Nick, I'll go with whatever your favorite is.
And I agree with Chris, 2B or 2C.
Oh my gosh.
And here we
let's
are.
let's go to public comment first, and then we'll come back to Nick. Any members of the public would like to come on this comment on this item? This is the time to do so. Anybody in chambers? Anybody online? Okay, so Nick Pasculi, we're going to come back to you before we deliberate on a motion.
Much like the sentiment of Supervisor Rudascu, I would be happy with whatever the board chose. At this point, I feel my bias would not be prudent. However, I like simplicity and to keep it simple. I do appreciate Supervisor Adams' observation about the fields. I agree. I like the slight angle on the fields because it just feels like it's bringing it together as opposed to kind of creating a divide, so to speak. So, but I would be happy with personally to see or 2B.
I think it's the problem with the first option on all of them is with the straight lines is that it looks like a line. Right. So
I agree.
So the angle works.
Yeah.
So
Okay. There was no public comment. So now after Mr. Pasculi, we're going to bring this back to entertain a motion.
So just another quick look at it. I think the A and D were my preferences. And the number 2 with the angled lines is what I think I heard everyone saying. So I'm not sure where that lines up with our board since I wasn't writing down what everyone said. But if there was a split, if that breaks our split, I'm not sure where that leaves us. But that would be one of those 2 would be, I think, my preferences.
Although I favor 2D, I could go with 2A.
Yeah, I favor 2D.
So if I read this right, we have 2 supervisors, definitely with the 1 star, 2 supervisors with the multiple stars, and the other supervisor saying either way.
And if I had to choose, I would say the more stars. I do. There's a feeling I will agree with you on the feeling about the 1 star, but I think A and D were the 2 choices that if I had to choose, that's where I would land.
So if I'm hearing more support for the other 2, A and D, then
with the more
I think
stars.
my preference would be 2A with the stars below and the County of Monterey above. Just going to throw that out there.
And with the lines, whichever way we wanted the lines.
Well, they're on an angle, so 2A would be the right.
2A. The angle looks nicer.
Yeah.
Does 2A work for everyone?
Yep. I think so.
Yeah.
Can we live with 2A?
Can live with it.
I think so.
All right, I'm going to make a motion for 2A then, since
All
I
right.
feel so strongly about it.
I'll second that. A motion has been made by Askew. I second that motion on 2A. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Motion carries 5-0. We have a new popular mark.
Thank you, Chair. Chair Leahy, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the Board of Supervisors for your time and consideration. I know this has been challenging, but I think it's been fun at the same time. It's nice to do something that's fun in county business. And we appreciate the opportunity to implement this in the future. Thank you so
And
much.
Mr. Pasculi, thank you for recognizing everybody who helped you on this, and for being patient with us.
Yes.
Trying to get this done right. And the fact that we came unanimous is a testament to your refinements and your work on this. So thank you, and to everyone who helped you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, everyone. We're going to recess for lunch. We'll be back at 1:30. Thank you. We're going to close session and we'll reconvene at 1:30.
Ready?
Mic 3 check.
Good,
Mic 4 check.
good,
Mic 5 check.
good,
Mic 7 check.
good,
Mic 9 check. Mic 9 check.
good,
Mic 10 check. Mic 10 check.
good,
Mic 12 check.
good,
Mic 14 check.
good,
Diego's mic.
good,
Podium mic.
good,
Mic 15. Mic
Good.
16. Mic 16. Mic 15.
good.
You're ready to share. All you need to do is put the share screen. And then you can, if you want, you can practice. Or have you shared before on here? I did, but yeah. Click on that.
Excuse me.
And then you can choose the main screen here. And you don't need to do it right now because it's going to show on the screen. No, but
Okay, we're running a few minutes behind. We're going to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting. Mr. Clerk, call the roll, please.
Of course. Good afternoon, everybody. Let the record reflect that all supervisors are present.
Okay, and then we have our statement by Diego Celis about Spanish interpretation services.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré su intérprete español-inglés, inglés-español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, favor hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Diego. We're going to get started on the items that we did not get through this morning. So we're going to start with item 24, just to receive a status report on housing at Kent's Court in Pajaro. And our team's already teed up, Darby Marshall and Craig Spencer. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Chair Alejo. Good afternoon, Chair Alejo, members of the Board of Supervisors, Darby Marshall, Housing Program Manager. I'm here today to deliver an update on the Kent's Court Affordable Housing Development in Pajaro. This project, there are no easy answers out in Pajaro. And I want to start by acknowledging that it has taken a while for us to be in a position where we might be able to give the tenants some certainty as to when they will return. And that this has been a very financially and emotionally challenging period for them. We expect that when the modernization project is complete, they will have been out of their homes for nearly 6 months. Just from what I have seen, I can only imagine the frustration of many of the property owners and tenants in Pajaro, not knowing exactly how soon they're going to be able to get back into their homes or what kind of condition they're going to be in. But rest assured that county staff has been doing everything we can to move things along as quickly as possible. Our guiding principles have been to make sure that the homes are safe when they return, and that we are going to try and implement code upgrades as if this were a new project before the being considered by the county before we allow folks to move back in. So today, we're looking for you to consider 7 things. One, I did pass out an errata memo last night, and that gets to a revision to the resolution that the board may wish to consider at the end. So today you're going to receive a report on the status. We're asking you to direct us to return with a financing and management plan to address deferred maintenance coming due within the next 5 years. Direct staff to return with a plan to finance and replace 2 of the units at Kent's Court with units that are ADA accessible on the inside. Adopt the Kent's Court tenant relocation plan. And one of 3 resolutions. One is to fund just tenant relocation for 1 month at an approximate cost of $300,000. The second resolution would fund that plus make whole the 10% contingency. And then we have identified approximately $173,000 in other deferred maintenance that if we could get them funded, it would make a lot of sense to tackle them before tenants move back in at the end of August. So I want to also state the Kents Court units are the yellow tags that were placed were because the original inspections were concerned that the units may have shifted on their peers. We have not found that to be the case. But as part of the remediation, we have scraped the site, and it is essentially a construction site still because you have 3 inches of topsoil and gravel that has been scraped off. So you have big variations between where the units are, where the stairs are, and where the actual grade of the property is. I also want to make it clear that it is not our intention to use this project as an justification for kicking tenants out or necessarily raising rents, but I will touch on that a little bit later. So just real quick, how did we get here? We have the March flood and recovery and remediation. What does the board see as the future for Kents Court? A modernization project that we had started in February. Funding unfunded deferred maintenance and temporary relocation options for tenants while we are conducting that modernization project. So this picture is Kents Court in March 1995. It flooded then, just as it did this year. There are multiple parcels. It's a 1.32 acre site, and the county only owns 1.12. So we have some challenges with the property because of the interior ownership. Back in 95, the property had extensive code violations and required extensive environmental remediation. The property was not purchased by the redevelopment agency with the intention of becoming part of the permanent housing stock in Pajaro. The county did not use redevelopment housing set-aside funds to buy the land. So it was pretty clear at the outset, we did not plan for this to be permanent housing. So Kents Court is today 18 units of affordable rental housing. It's 22% of the units in Pajaro that have a deed restriction. One of the biggest challenges going forward with Kents Court, if we were to treat this as a new development, is that nearly the entire property, except for one unit, is within 200 feet of active agricultural fields, which is not consistent with current county ordinances. It's also adjacent to a heavy commercial industrial use. And lastly, Pajaro is a tax credit allocation committee low opportunity area because it has an existing high concentration of poverty and racial segregation. And that's going to play a part in how we are able to finance this property because it is already set up to not want to score well for state grants and tax credits. So that's something that we will have to think about. Just a brief history. Kents Court was purchased by the redevelopment agency and sometime in the late 90s, early 2000s. I haven't pinned that down. South County Housing purchased 19 units of manufactured housing using a little over $1.1 million in loans from the county. Those units were to house tenants displaced by the redevelopment of 15, 17, 19 Salinas Road, which is now Nuevo Amanecer, and it's a very lovely project by Eden Housing. In 2010, we knew that the cash flow from the rent of those units by South County was not going to repay the loans, and the county took the units back in lieu of foreclosure. In February 2019, I brought Kents Court to the board's attention for the first time, and we commissioned a facility assessment to find out what the condition of the property was. At that time, we did have two representatives from local affordable housing developers who indicated to the board that they were not interested in Kents Court because of its size and because it is still within a floodplain. We still need to address that. And then we have everything since February. In February, Housing and Community Development worked with Public Works, Parks and Facilities to enter into a reimbursable services agreement to start modernizing these units and addressing some of the issues identified in the 2019 facility assessment. So the March floods, the living spaces of the units were undamaged. The systems under the units, so these had heater ducts that were underneath the piers and some of the piers that are used to make sure that the units are plumb were concerned that they might have shifted. The site was covered in mud. The insurance at the time required us to scrape not only the mud, but the top 3 inches of gravel and soil. We also found subsequently that there was some continued environmental hotspots that required additional remediation. The initial part also demoed the under unit infrastructure. We are now working on engineering to figure out what the proper grade, site grade is so that we can return it to that grade. Our goals are to get folks home as soon as possible. Make sure that it is clear of contaminated soils and other hazardous materials. We do want to implement this code upgrade as if this were a new program. That will mean that we have to raise the units 1 foot above base flood elevation. And in most cases, we're looking at having to raise them about 1 foot. We want to comply with current stormwater drainage regulations, current landscaping regulations, which would require 20% of the property, or 10% of the property to be landscaped. And we also want to make sure that the exterior complies with ADA path of travel. What we don't know is what insurance and or FEMA is going to actually reimburse us for. We are not replacing the infrastructure with like for like because we're trying to do this code improvement. Insurance may push back and say, well, we'll cost share with you. We just don't know that at the time. And FEMA may look at some of this and go, okay, we'll help you because it's a preventative measure. But again, we don't know how this is all going to shake out. We also don't know when insurance is going to approve our restoration plan. That was submitted this morning. We do hope that it is certified so that we can begin July 7th. But again, we've done our part to document and explain the codes to the insurance company. We just don't know when they're going to say, okay, we agree with this. So that could also impact the schedule of when tenants can go back in. Real quick, this is just some of the things that we have done since the flood. Folks were out of their units for 12 days. The day the evacuation order was lifted, we had county staff, representatives from the insurance company on site, assessing the site, and we commenced sludge removal 4 days later. So facilities really worked quick to mobilize contractors to get in there and start cleanup. We did within 10 days, we had the demolition of some of the infrastructure that was damaged started to be done. We had the soil cleanup done, and we had to, at that point in early May, we were able to test for additional substances. This is probably a step that most homeowners are not going through and may not be aware of. So as we think about Pajaro going forward, we really need to think about how we can support the community out there, because the county's doing it right. And part of it is we have a lot of resources that maybe the average property owner out there doesn't. And so we need to think about that going forward. So this is just a few pictures of what the site looks like. On the right-hand side, you can see what the stairs look like right now, and you'll notice that there is a large gap. That's one of our concerns, that those stairs are not very stable right now. We've got kind of a couple of pieces of wood shoved under there to kind of make them level. Until that grade is repaired, we really can't allow people to move back in and be using it as their home. So that's one of our big concerns right there. And then in the middle picture, you can also kind of see that gap that runs along the road. that needs to be brought up. So we did begin the restoration planning even while the cleanup was underway. We did, as I mentioned earlier, submit that today. If all goes well, we hope that the restoration work will begin July 8th and be completed by August 31st. So this is just kind of a summary of what's being done, where it is in the flow of projects. The far right-hand column is our code-related improvements that we're hoping that we have justified why insurance and FEMA should pay for them. But again, we don't know. And I keep reinforcing that because at some point it may come back to facilities needing to come back and say, hey, we need additional money to help recover from the storm for Kent's Court. And some of these things were originally covered in our reimbursable services agreement between the two departments. And now we've shifted those costs. So we've been scrambling to figure out, okay, now that the RSA doesn't have to pay for it, what extra work can we pick up and fund so that we can get the maximum bang for the time that we have? So I want to stop here and see if there are any questions or comments from the board on the restoration and the remediation phases of this project.
Any comments at this point? Do you have more in your presentation?
Yeah, I have more.
Okay. Maybe we just keep go through it and we'll have questions at the end.
Okay. So right now we have a $1.2 million RSA that will address issues identified in the 2019 facility assessment. We also identified some additional work that needed to be done following the floods. This is things like water damage to subfloors around tubs, toilets, things like that. And some minor exterior water damage, again, related to primarily tubs and sinks. We have got a line item in there to get the tenants' personal property moved and securely stored. And that work actually started over the weekend. At the end of the day, we will essentially have updated the interiors with new cabinets throughout, new floor coverings, and new paint. And we will have also addressed a myriad of minor repairs throughout the various units. Depending on 18 years of wear and tear, they don't all wear the same. We've also identified $172,821 in unfunded work that we would like to get done. This is power washing and repainting the exteriors, fixing all the exterior trim, replacing window screens as needed, replacing toilets as needed, and replacing the screen doors as needed. They have some of those safety doors that are badly rusted, and I have a picture later on. And then over the next 3 or so years, we are going to have to start planning for the roofs to reach the end of their service lives. And so we would want to come up with a plan to fund that. And that's about a $200,000 investment over the next 3 years that Kent's Court cannot cash flow from its rental income. So this is just some of the examples of what's undeferred out there. You can see under those windows, there is a mismatched piece of trim that is just kind of, the old one failed. They slapped a new board in. It doesn't match. You can see how discolored the exterior is. You can see the rust on the screen door. And then you also see that the window coverings have seen better days. So this is kind of summarizes what's in each of these pots that we are looking at. So you can see the electrical repairs footings. So the footings, the units, as I said, are stable, but there are some of those piers that have shifted a little bit, but they have not shifted to the point where they are out of code. So we just want to go in and make sure that they're straight up and down again. Kent's Court right now will generate, beginning January 1st, will generate cash flow, a positive cash flow of about $79,000 a year. I told you I'd mentioned rent a little earlier. This is where it kicks in. Beginning January 1st, we are going to reassess the rents for the tenants out there based on income. So if you're under 180% AMI for your household, we will charge you 30% for housing expenses, and we will deduct a utility allowance so that you don't spend more than 30% of your AMI for housing costs. If you're over 80%, it goes up to 35%. So some tenants will see a decrease in their housing costs. Some of them will see an increase. It does end up with a significant infusion of cash for the property. But it is also consistent with the way most affordable housing projects are managed. We would also use that to go back and justify trying to get project-based vouchers out of the housing authority to support some of these tenant rents. Right now, the rents are about $980 for a 2-bedroom unit and $1,080 for a 3-bedroom unit. So they are well below market and well below what the housing authority fair market rent for those units would be. So we're hoping that we can successfully recapture a little bit more revenue to put this property on a more sound footing. So right now you can see insurance is looking to spend over $6 million to remediate and restore the property. We have another $1.2 million we are already committed to spending on fixing up the property and trying to make it extend this economic life of the units. We do, as I mentioned, have about $1 million in deferred maintenance that are going to have to come over the next 3 or 5 years. We do recommend that we start setting aside money as a replacement reserve. Right, and right now, that is set at about, we would suggest 6 months of operating income, so about $116,000 that we should just always have in the bank to address issues at Kent's Court. As I mentioned, the board may want to direct us to look at replacing 2 of the units so they're ADA compliant on the inside. This project is not subject to Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act because we don't have federal money in it. And it's not an apartment building, so you don't have the same kind of requirements that you do for a traditional multifamily project. So this would be something completely voluntary, but it is something that staff believes we should be looking hard at doing just to make sure that we're being fair to the community and we can accommodate any households that need units that have a little more room inside if they have mobility challenges.
Is there any tenants that have requested that?
Not currently.
Okay.
Not currently. That would be a very proactive step on our part.
Right. But if you get the housing and you make it available to somebody who doesn't need ADA access, when another tenant comes, you're not going to be able to meet that need for that person unless you leave it vacant until you get somebody who has a disability.
So what we would do, the way most projects work is if there's a vacant unit and somebody applies that needs it, we would move the tenant out of the ADA if they didn't require it and put the the tenant who requires it in that unit. So that everybody stays housed, everybody has the resources that they need. Okay. And we wouldn't charge, any of the things like you would hit the rental deposit for repainting and stuff like that. We would just absorb that out of the replacement reserve. But the goal would be is if somebody in one of the units became injured and had to be in a wheelchair, we'd have a unit that we could move, we could swap them with.
Right. I'm just saying, if you got a brand new ADA unit, the person's not going to want, the family that's living there is not going to want to move out for an older one. I'm just saying you're trying to solve one problem, but it's not as easy. But proceed.
Yeah. So we did also look at replacing them. That was a $5.3 million project, which is still an option. We are going to be doing the landscaping, and that if insurance covers it, that's great. But it still does cost the property $15,000 a year in ongoing maintenance. So that reduces what we have available for future repairs. that we'll have to look at. We are, because the county is initiating the modernization project, we are going to provide what's called tenant relocation. Ordinarily, tenant relocation is triggered if a unit is red tagged by a building official. It requires the property owner to pay 2 months of housing expenses and wash their hands of it. We're going to provide tenants with temporary housing or a stipend to find a similar unit. Provide per diem if we cannot find a unit that has a kitchen. Say we have to continue putting them up in a hotel so that they don't have to pay for groceries and stuff. Pet boarding, we're already doing the packing and moving and storage of their personal property. This is an expensive thing. It's going to cost us about $310,000 a month for 18 households. But it's something that we feel we need to do now before we get them back in. Our goal is to get as much of this work done concurrent with the flood restoration project, so that when the yellow tags come off and the grade has been restored and it is safe, they move back in to a nice, clean unit. And we don't have to then, in 2 or 3 months, move them back out to go back and do the work. So at which point we would still need to probably pay relocation costs. So I personally, I would say that this is a kinder approach. I'd rather go in and know I'm not moving back out. But so we do have some options for Kent's Court. Do we want to continue being in the affordable housing business? As I pointed out earlier, Kent's Court's going to be a challenge for us to find outside financing for because of its location in a floodplain, because of its TCAC low opportunity area, and because the site has a lot of constraints because there are those 2 internal parcels that we have to work around. Another option might be to sell the units and the underlying land to the current tenants and form an affordable housing cooperative. And if we want to do that, I would suggest that we make sure that we do all the deferred maintenance and that we establish a down payment assistance account out of rental proceeds so that we set these predominantly lower income households up for success as homeowners. The other option would be to go back to what Kent's Court was originally, which was emergency housing for households displaced by code enforcement. We did look at this. One of the challenges, what we had thought about doing was taking these units, trying to find some place to park them elsewhere in the North County community, rehab them, have them stand by and be available, and then buy all new units at Kent's Court. One of the biggest challenge with that is not just the cost of the new units, but it's where do you put them in North County that has water and sewer? And then how do you maintain them between code enforcement actions? Because we don't want to just have these units sitting there vacant and deteriorating because they're not being used. Last, there may be another county use for this property if we can find a suitable site in Pajaro to develop a similar or greater number of affordable units. And that's going to be a challenge. Just looking at it, the property right behind is an agricultural field that when I checked the assessed rolls, it was like $68,000 an acre, which is a huge cost for an affordable housing project to have to start figuring out how to eat. Last, could we just sell this and take the proceeds and apply it to another affordable housing project? These are all things that for the board to consider. You don't have to give me answers today, but I will be back. Again, we were asking you to receive a status report. We're hoping that you will direct us to come back with a financing plan and management plan to address the unfunded deferred maintenance. Also, again, it's not required, but staff strongly does suggest that we look at replacing 2 of the units with ADA accessible units, adopting the Kent's Court temporary relocation plan. And you have 3 resolutions before you. One would simply fund temporary relocation for the displaced tenants for the month of August. A second one would fund not only the relocation, but an additional approximately 62,000 for contingencies, because we have the money to do the basic work, but we don't have the money to fully fund the 10% contingency line item that we like to go into a project with. And then the last one would also fund that $173,000 in deferred maintenance that we strongly suggest we get done while the tenants are out. And with that, I'm available for questions.
Great. We'll start with Supervisor Church, since this is his district.
Don't think I have any questions. I think you've answered things pretty thoroughly. I think the thing we're all looking for here is answers, really. So from all sides, what you touch upon a real problem out there, and there is just not a lot of places to go to build affordable housing. I mean, this one's agricultural fields right up next to it. Most of the lots are built up. It's either commercial or residential or a little bit or a significant amount of industrial. And there's railroad tracks that they go through there too, which will make it complicated. So it's a real tough mess to sort it through. But I'm just trying to narrow things down a little bit. I like to try to find some way to utilize this as housing. I think the community needs it. And not if we sell that property and we buy something somewhere else, that's great. It might be great for another part of the county. It doesn't help Pajaro out. And it's in dire need of housing for the people that are there. The cooperative is an interesting concept. I know the setback is a real issue out of that, but just pretending it does exist, which is a big leap, I understand, from the ag field. If we could, I know we've had tried to have some discussions with Eden and Chispa on doing some larger development out of there. Is there anybody, and that was back in about 3 or 4 years ago, correct?
Yes.
Has there been any discussion with anybody else since then? Have we gone back out to them, a possibility of making something that's a little higher density, something that would be a little more flood resistant, perhaps with a bottom floor that's parking and the upper floors for housing?
We have not. One of the challenges is because there are 2 properties inside Kent's Court that we don't own, it's really hard to design anything that's going to be vertically and higher density. So one of the things that the board may want to have us do is explore purchasing additional land in and around Kent's Court, because that would certainly be one of the precursors to getting affordable housing developers more interested in the site. We would probably need another 2 or 3 acres along Railroad Avenue. But if we could do something like that, we would have to figure out, again, that setback is always going to be a challenge, but that would certainly be something that we could look at.
The 2 pieces do you have a map that shows the 2 pieces that are privately owned and who owns them, or what the situation is with them? Because that is unusual.
Give me just a second. Get that up. I do not know the ownership of them. There you go.
There we
So
go.
those,
Very good. Yeah.
there you go. So those 2 parcels that are outlined in red are not the counties. That one back there, kind of on the right back, is probably the more challenging of the 2. And I do know from building records that unit was built after the 1995 flood. I suspect that the one that was there before was condemned at that time. And the property owner on the front has indicated he is really not interested in selling.
And the problems with the one in the back, That person doesn't want to sell either?
They did not want to sell when we purchased Kent's Court, the rest of Kent's Court. We could certainly approach them again, but that would require the board to provide some additional funding that we haven't even contemplated.
All right, I don't really have anything more at this point.
Yeah. Let's go to Supervisor Lopez, then work around. Okay. Comments or questions? Yeah. Okay.
So there isn't enough property available for us to purchase any kind of a buffer for around the ag properties to make it at least within our own best judgment out of the area of pesticides.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for the
Is that a
question,
tricky
Supervisor
question?
Adams. Craig Spencer with HCD. We have worked through agricultural buffer setback requirements with the Ag Commissioner's Office on multiple occasions. And the zoning ordinance requires a 200-foot setback from active agricultural land. We could explore purchasing portions of agricultural land to for various reasons, but we haven't done that yet. That would be a long-term vision for Kent's Court if we're able to make that work. We don't know what the funding would be like, but if we weren't able to purchase that land, there might be ways of designing things at the site with walls or vegetative screening that can reduce that setback somewhat to the satisfaction of the Ag Commissioner's Office, but we would have to have conversations like that with some mitigation proposed if we were to move forward with some other project out there.
So to me, I feel like we find ourselves in this sort of circumstance on a variety of different subjects. As an example, looking at trying to be creative and thinking out of the box, looking at going ahead and trying to figure out, could we do this, and then figure out how we could do it, because there is a lot of funding that's available to help us with our low-cost housing projects. And I was curious if we were able to do that, would we be in a position where we could build something up, where we would be able to, have, as Supervisor Alejo had suggested, the downstairs floor as parking, so it would not be impacted, and then go up 2 or 3 floors with, really nice, triplex kinds of things. And if in fact the people who are have those additional properties, if they don't want to sell them to us, is there a prohibition from our doing something like that, even though it may not be keeping in line with what it is that that they're doing? How do we get past where we are, where we're just picking people up, moving them away, fixing up something that's marginal, and then bringing them back in, and then eventually we're going to move them out again, and then we're going to get some new trailers? What's to keep us from really, the big ideas? I'm sorry to be so optimistic here, but I am.
Yeah.
So
I think that if we got the direction that, we want to explore higher, better uses of that property with multifamily housing and purchasing sites around it, we would go back and we would do all that work that needs to be done and figure out what options, limitations, design considerations there would be. We don't have all the answers today, but but we're looking for that general direction.
And we did address some of that when we did Nuevo Amanecer. Nuevo Amanecer was built with the living areas above garages, so you had a hollow space. The site was also engineered so that they were able to get a FEMA letter saying that they were outside the flood area. But it was expensive. And unless we get something moving on the levee, it'll be a challenge. And then also, because of the existing concentration in Pajaro, what we really need to do is figure out how to attract a wider band of incomes into that community so that it is more attractive for low-income housing investment. Otherwise, the community was up in arms about 15 years ago when Pebble Beach proposed building high-density resident low-income housing where we now have the San Juan Park. So being sensitive to the community is going to be very important out there in terms of not not increasing the number of low income units, but also doing it so that we are creating a more livable environment for them.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, thank you. So just a couple of questions. So the county has a housing advisory committee and our health, housing, and human services board committee. Have either one of those committees had a chance to talk about, or do they monitor what's happening with this property?
The hack, we've had a problem with quorums.
I mean, we've had the property since 2000.
Yeah, no, so they did not monitor
At any point,
no.
have we brought this forward?
No.
Okay.
And we have a problem with quorums right now.
Right. I think all of our commissions are struggling right now.
And then I believe we've taken it to the Health Human Services Committee in, I think it was April, right after the floods, updating them.
Okay.
But not since.
Okay. So I think it would be good to engage both of those spaces, because I appreciate the presentation. I appreciate the information we got before us. And I do have, I think there's a lot of opportunity with this particular site. I think there's a lot of need that's urgent, given that we've got families living in hotel rooms, which is not ideal for anybody. But I also think that the conversation about, what's the vision that can be what can we do here that's going to, I think, honor both the original transfer of property, ensure that families are taken care of, the families that are there are taken care of, and that we're maximizing sort of the best and highest use. You can't build a unit anywhere. You can't create a unit of housing for less than $500,000 anywhere. So the fact that we're able to even renovate all of these units for the cost that's being proposed, I think is pretty incredible. So all of those things. And also, I'm struggling with the reality that, we had a property, a development come to this board just last year. Was it last year, 2 years ago? Recently, another, housing development in Pajaro, and that 200-foot ag setback caused for the entire property to be redesigned and really scaled down significantly. And yet we have some of our lowest income residents who are on county property and county housing living within that 200-foot setback, and somehow that's okay. I'm not sure that is okay. And I don't quite know how to reconcile that in the context of this discussion, that we would be putting money into and waiving, it wasn't okay for our farm workers, but it's okay for our families with children. I don't know how to make sense of that in the context of this discussion or what we do with this property, but it does weigh heavy on me to not have that sorted out as we are being asked to give direction today. So I'll leave that on the table. And then my last comment is, I think it's an important one, and maybe it's a policy question for this board, but, we have some really phenomenal low-income housing developers and low-income housing property managers in our region. And one of the questions that my staff and I talked about as we were reviewing all of this was, is the county, are we competitive with those great other firms that are out there? Are we property managers? Are we housing developers? Is that what the county does? Are we good at that? Are we fully prepared to take on those kinds of responsibilities? And I don't know that I've seen us do a lot of that other work. I think we do a lot of things really well, but I also am a fan of saying, if there's folks that are specialized and they've got all of the talent and all of the expertise and, a whole team that sits and builds these funding stacks and knows how to navigate all of the building development rules, I'd be inclined to say we should bring someone, we should reconsider how they might be a partner with us in this. However, I'm back to the question of, if we weren't willing to approve projects within the 200-foot buffer zone, and we were to sell this property or to contract it out to a nonprofit housing developer, and they showed up with a project that was going to, create great housing, but it's within that 200-foot buffer zone, I don't know how we would begin to reconcile that. But yet we're going to move forward, I think, today to keep people within that zone to rehab what was currently there. So I think those are just sort of the thoughts that I'm trying to grapple with as I think about how do I best give you direction, and how do we best consider who are we as a county and what type of business should we be in to best serve the residents of the community? So I don't have any direction at this point.
Thank you. And I would just say on that last issue, if you look at that map that was put up there, all those houses along that stretch of railroad don't have that 200 buffer because they were grandfathered in before the more recent standards were met. So that's why you have a difference. But I would say ultimately, I think this is one of the few affordable, if not the only affordable housing project that Monterey County owns. I think we got to do a better job of it. But I think I want to express that I think the county should be more involved. That these few units that we do have, we should preserve them, especially in a disadvantaged community like Pajaro. I just wish that we could have kept it better and better landscaping and better driveways coming in. But that's what we're talking about now, and trying to do this better and do it nicer for those residents. They do appreciate, they do want to come back home. They know that it's affordable, decent, dignified housing is hard to find in this area. And so that's what they're waiting for, is waiting for come back home. But the fact that you're telling me that it's costing $800,000 a month to provide a wide range of services, it seems every month that's going by and we're keeping them in hotels rather than bringing them back and doing the fixes, we're spending money on the relocation versus getting them back home and getting their homes repaired. And so I know that. So for me, I think I see it in two phases. One, the immediate, which is getting people back home, getting those places fixed. The second being the long term. What do we envision for this property? And I want to preserve the few affordable housing stock that the county owns, preserve it, but also have a vision for it. And if that means that in the future we as a county alone, or we as a county partnering with Eden Housing or some other affordable housing developer to reimagine what this property could be for families of Pajaro, I want us to do that. We did recently with 855 East Laurel around the Share Center, which we picked Eden Housing to build new affordable housing apartments for residents in Salinas. I can't see why could we go through a similar process with them, looking at that internal property there, which is a little complicated. And if we want to add additional open space as part of that ag buffer, those will all be part of that discussion. But I would want us to be visionary rather than saying we should just give up on this. It's too hard. Let's sell it. And we know that if this happened and these homeowners owned it, they would be in a very difficult situation to make these repairs without the financial wherewithal that the county has. So I'm looking forward to hearing, hopefully getting a quick response from the insurance, hopefully getting a quick response of what FEMA would cover to offset some of these costs that you're going to come back to us with. The other hope that we have is that today in Sacramento, they're voting on the state budget, and one of those budget bills, AB 102, has a $20 million allocated for Pajaro. And I'm just saying that if whatever is not covered by the insurance and not covered by FEMA, we have $20 million that's going to be allocated in the language to Monterey County to help families of Pajaro in a lot of different ways. And it says in ways that doesn't replicate existing programs like FEMA and like the storm assistance for immigrants that didn't qualify for FEMA. It can't replicate existing programs for those residents, but it's a significant sum that will get approved later today. And I'm hoping that could be part of this funding solution, at least for these families, to get those repairs done. The only last thing I would mention to the public is that TAMSI, the transportation agent in Monterey County, is prioritizing Pajaro. They got some grant funding recently to do some bike improvements, some road improvements there in the community, which I think is great. They applied for funding for a future Pajaro train station, which would really, if that gets funded eventually, which I know it will. I just don't know when is the challenge, but that could really revitalize that entire road around railroad and that potential train station, and create some more opportunities for economic development, for more desirable housing, because it will be a hub to connect Santa Cruz County commuters with Monterey County to high-speed rail in Gilroy. So I want to have us really look at this parcel as it will. There's a lot of hope and possibilities in this portion of Pajaro because it is across the street literally from a potential train station. So I want to have that be part of a conversation and really looking at how we're making these transportation improvements also with goals of having housing in transportation corridors. That's what all the discussion in Sacramento around SB 25 was, to make affordable housing more competitive and desirable if it's along rail transit corridors, which includes rail. And so I don't want to assume that we're not competitive here. Nuevo Amanecer is in Pajaro. It's a very beautiful, affordable housing project. It was built up. None of those homes got flooded during the Pajaro floods because it was raised up, and then it was built about 3 stories high. And so I want to make sure that we are planning future proofing, as you said, raising these trailers in the short term, but perhaps looking at constructing apartments in this property that could also meet the challenges of being in a flood zone. The more recent apartments built on Riverside Drive in Watsonville have all had parking on the first floor, and then 2 or 3 stories up is where the apartments were at, to address that concern. So let's open this up for the public. Any comments from the public on this item on Kent's Court? If not, we'll bring this back. Supervisor Lopez, you said you want chair comments. Yes,
Sure. Yes, we have Kelsey Scanlon on Zoom.
Kelsey, our Director of the Department of Emergency Services. Emergency Management.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I did want to reiterate a lot of the comments that the Board of Supervisors has collectively made today are all very much initiatives that we're hoping can really be unpacked and put into formalized writing over the next 6 months to a year in the Pajaro long-term recovery plan, and really looking at some of the more systemic challenges that this community faces and areas in which the county can play either a mediator or a lead role in housing and community development, economic recovery, infrastructure, recovery and sustainability, social services and public safety, housing and community development, as well as almost every county department will actively be participating in this long-term recovery planning effort to address some of these larger problems. And our hope is that at the end of that planning process, we can bring forward a written plan for long-term recovery. This will be very much a whole community engaged process, and we're hoping to present more on this to the Board of Supervisors in the future. But I did want to acknowledge that we hear what you're saying and greatly appreciate the direction that you all have provided. I think it's very insightful in terms of understanding the long-term challenges, but also understanding our responsibilities for reducing suffering. So thank you so much. And please let us know if you have any questions about some of the temporary housing that we're supporting HCD with right now.
Thank you, Director Scanlon. Anyone else?
No, Chair.
Okay, we'll bring this back for last comments. Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, just agree with most of the comments made by my colleagues. This is not the first time I've received this presentation. I can't remember which committee we heard it in, but I know I think it was you and I on Urban Ad Hoc, perhaps, where we received an update. And my position from then hasn't changed in that I think the ideal situation would be to see if there's somebody in the community willing to do a land swap for this property, putting us further away so that we don't lose land to the buffer. If somebody has a commercial property in town that then could be rezoned to fit the need, long-term building the housing, being able to do that. I think that's my ideal. Now, I understand that could be a tough conversation to initiate with somebody. But given that I support the direction as outlined in the request today, long-term, I'd like to see some brick and mortar. I'd like to see them elevate. I think that's the sort of investment Pajaro deserves. I think just the style and type of housing that a community looks out and sees is important. As Supervisor Alejo talked about earlier, just the curb appeal. Wishing we'd done a better job over the years with the landscaping and space for the children to actually grow up on rather than just inside. I think there's an opportunity to put the density of on that site at the front end of the parcel, right? It's got to be creative, unfortunately, due to the neighbor who's unwilling to sell that front end, but put the parking on the back half, give us more of a buffer. So I support staff getting more creative in their approach on the design to get us to a place where we're making the type of investment this community wants and deserves. But overall, appreciate the diligence that has gone into making sure that what we're doing here is as expeditious as possible to get families home. So thank you for your work so far and look forward to seeing what you come back with in the near future.
Okay, we'll entertain a motion by Supervisor Church.
Sorry, I'm still speaking.
Oh, okay.
I just wanted to ask you, both of you, do you feel that you have heard enough from us that you will be able to go back, think out of the box, just as we had talked about at the very beginning, so that we could take a look at land swap, take a look at a broad swath of land. I don't know if you need to hire a consultant to help you do this. I think it would be worth the investment. But do you feel like you've heard from us enough to get it of what it is that we want?
Yeah, we're clear on that vision and visioning process, and we know we have a lot of work to do there.
Yeah.
And I think the part that we maybe are a little less clear on is the scope of the modernization, if there were any comments, but if there's a motion on the floor, I may have missed it.
And I would just like to put in an early pitch that we do set aside some of that 20 million to purchase land in Pajaro, so that's how we control our own destiny. If we want affordable housing out there, if we want to be able to partner with Eden or South County or Mid-Penn or Avila, having control of land and being able to say, this is the kind of project that we want is what we need.
Great.
So
Thank
I
you.
want to put an early pitch in for some of that 20 million.
Good. Keep looking. Come back with the project. Will we have a date specifics, Mr. Chair, on when we want to hear back?
How long do you think you can come back with the funding proposals and then perhaps some next steps? We got 3 meetings in July, and then we're not back to the end of August.
Right. I would suggest it be after the summer break in August.
Good.
So we'll plan maybe late first meeting in August or first meeting in September, just to give a time frame for this to come back. Appreciate
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor. So Supervisor Church, you got a motion? Let's do a motion and second, and then we'll discuss the motion.
Supervisor, ask you about the comment.
Yeah, I heard you make a motion. I was going to second your motion, and I was going to ask that if I was clear on that, and then I was going to ask if we could ask that the Health, Housing, and Human Services Committee of the Board of Supervisors have this assigned to them to engage more regularly and deeper into the opportunities and working with staff to make sure that we don't fall off of a timeline and that this particular property remains on sort of our radar as a priority for us to ensure that we get get people back into the housing, that we figure out what our options are, that we look at all of the scenarios, that we figure out what all might be possible, whether it's a land swap or how do we resolve some of these things to make a highest and best use of this property.
So the health, the Triple H is made up of the same members as Urban Ad Hoc, where we've been hearing it. So it's kind of like which committee, but Supervisor Church and I are both on both of those. So we're engaged, and we have been hearing it because of the fact that it's under the Urban Ad Hoc, right?
Okay.
Due to that investment holding. So I think just continuing to engage with the committee being one of the
Perfect.
other work, I think should work if you're okay with that.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're specifically assigning it. And, if we have maybe I'll just broadly saying, if we have other properties that the county owns that are not on our day-to-day radar, this is going back 20 years of county, we should have been providing better oversight and governance for this property for many, many years. And so if there are other properties that the county owns that we should be providing that oversight, I think the housing committee would be the appropriate place to get regular updates on any property that the county has tenants living in on an ongoing basis. So I would just ask that we add that to the motion.
Yeah, and I'm not clear if now is the time for anything of a very strong motion outside of just some general direction, because I know we want to get these tenants back into here as soon as possible. But there's so many things that are just kind of laying out here, from this potential 20 million to, as Kelsey Scanlon mentioned, there's long-term planning going on, and the community is going to be involved in that long-term planning. There's multiple working groups on housing, health, infrastructure that there's going to be community members in. And, there might be, as Supervisor Lopez referred to, maybe a possibility for a trade. We're at a real point for a real opportunity. And I think a lot of things have to be played out in the next few weeks, or the next few months, I should say. But I think, what's really important is to do what we need to do to get these folks back in so that they can get back to their homes. The time being now, I don't think enough that really needs a motion at this point.
Well,
Yeah.
I think I agree with Supervisor Askew that, and if it's going to come back to end of us at the end of August or early September, it'd be nice that there'd be a committee that kind of fleshes this out and vets it a little bit more before it comes for the full board again. So we have another opportunity for community input, but also perhaps address some issues that could be addressed in committee before it comes.
Sure. And I'd be happy to make a motion in that regard.
Okay. And maybe staff could decide whether it's the urban ad hoc or the health housing. And community
as staff
services.
determines necessary.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is it?
Yeah. Okay.
And so to be clear, and maybe I put a motion in your mouth, Glenn, I'm sorry if I did that. I thought I heard you say you're making a motion to adopt the resolution that was in front of us today. Is that correct? I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. It's many items.
Yes.
It was the
absolutely
staff recommendation that was in front of us today.
Yes.
Okay.
With direction that it'll go to one of the policy committees before it comes to the full board again.
Okay. Yeah, perfect. Got it. Thank you.
All right. There's been a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you for your hard work on this. Okay, we got a lot of items to go through this afternoon. We took an item off consent on Mental Health Services Act. We pulled this from the consent because this was an item of a lot of concern for the Budget Committee, for the full board. This is on their 3-year program and expenditure plan. So the Health Department requested to jump in here. And so we will grant them that before moving into our next item, which will be Signal Hill. If I think the mic is on, and then, there it's on. So we can just pull it closer.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Alejo and members of the board. Thank you for hearing our item today. We are bringing you the approval of our new MHSA 3-year plan. This is the culmination of the stakeholder input process that we have spent the last year gathering and sorting out and weighing the community needs, having public hearing and public input at our Behavioral Health Commission. And then looking at to how we can budget and forecast the dollars for our budget. With me, I have John Drake, our Assistant Bureau Chief, and Fabricio Chambo, who is our Finance Manager for the Behavioral Health Bureau. And we prepared just a brief PowerPoint here. And so next slide. Thank you. So today is to adopt the Monterey County fiscal year 23-24 through 25-26 Mental Health Services Act 3-year program and expenditure plan. Next slide, please. Some of our highlights are that MHSA comprises nearly 1/3 of the Behavioral Health Bureau's total annual expenditures. We are required by the Mental Health Services Act to do a 3-year program expenditure plan and subsequent annual updates. So next year we'll be coming back to you with an annual update. The year after that, another annual update, but every 3 years we do the full stakeholder input process and come up with a new plan. So this 3-year plan covers the fiscal year period beginning July 1, just in a few days, and on for the next 3 years to June 30th, 2026. Our community planning process between October and January of this past winter, we did provider and community member outreach in both English and in Spanish. We had printed and online surveys. We had 140 provider surveys, 646 community member surveys. We held 12 focus groups and 2 listening sessions. And some of the major issues identified by the community include anxiety, depression, chronic stress, alcohol and substance use, trauma, and suicide or thoughts of suicide. The 3-year plan was written based on all the input received. We adopted the general trends and details as received during the community planning process. This focuses on supporting currently successful MHSA programs. And then also this input is generally consistent with the issues that the community has identified for us in the past. We incorporated specific programmatic guidelines as detailed by state regulations, and we really looked at having status quo funding amounts for our next fiscal year. Our subsequent fiscal year spending amounts are based on the budget levels as estimated by the governor's budget forecast. The Behavioral Health Commission reviewed the draft 3-year plan. It had been posted for public review and comment for the required 30-day period, April 24th through May 25th. It was presented to the commission. Public hearing was held by the commission on May 25th. And the comments received during the public hearing, along with those obtained during the public review period, were factored into the plan that's being here considered today. The Behavioral Health Commission did unanimously approve the proposed 3-year plan on May 25th. So some highlights in the components overview. This plan continues to fund our MHSA components at status quo levels for our next fiscal year. No substantive additions or reductions are being proposed, and the revenue estimates for the plan are based on state-provided data. So the different components, we're looking at community services and supports with a 3-year funding estimate of $87 million. Prevention and early intervention, looking at 3 years of $21 million. Innovation, $8.5 million. Capital facilities and technology, $12.5 million over the next 3 years. Workforce education and training, $3.2 million. And maintaining a $4.8 million balance of prudent reserve. One other thing, again, late breaking news, we have a new proposal by the governor. On March 19th, Governor Newsom announced a 3-strategy proposal to transform the state's behavioral health care system, significantly impacting the Mental Health Services Act. I should, again, just reiterate that we built the current 3-year plan based on the information prior to this proposed initiative. And we know that there's shifting territory in the discussions right now for this new proposed initiative. And clearly it has not gone into law at this point, as it would be a ballot measure and voters would be voting on it in the March 2024 election ballot. Some of the changes included in the proposal would be implemented over multiple years, beginning in January 25. And then the changes to the 3-year plan would become effective July 1 of 2026. So some of the Governor Newsom's proposal includes $4.7 billion general obligation bond to build 10,000 new beds and homes in the state of California. To modernize the Mental Health Services Act. This is also coming under SB 326, or it's been formalized in SB 326. And to improve statewide accountability, transparency, and access to behavioral health services. The Strategy 1 Assembly Bill 531, it places a $4.7 billion general obligation bond on the March 24 ballot to build unlocked community behavioral health treatment and residential settings, build supportive housing for people experiencing homelessness or who have behavioral health conditions. To build housing for veterans experiencing or at risk of homelessness who have behavioral health conditions. You know, those are all things that we welcome. We all clearly see, the need for these in our communities throughout the state. Our Strategy 2, or the Governor's Strategy 2, Senate Bill 326, is about modernizing Mental Health Services Act. There are some consequences to this. And so the substance of this is to expand services to include substance use disorder and rename the Mental Health Services Act to be the Behavioral Health Services Act. Allocate 3% to expand workforce. So county allocations would be reduced by 3%. These funds would be redirected to workforce investment to allow California Health and Human Services to implement a statewide workforce initiative to really improve the availability of having sufficient behavioral health workforce in our state. We struggle with having sufficient qualified individuals to provide the services in our community. Every other community in the state of California is also struggling with having sufficient workforce available. Another strategy would be to focus on outcomes, accountability, and equity. It would replace the MHSA 3-year plan, which is what we're bringing here today for your approval, with a new county integrated plan for outcomes. Again, it's not really clear what that looks like yet. Still to come. It would also focus on accountability by establishing a new annual behavioral health outcomes accountability and transparency report, and focus on equity, connecting the behavioral health system statewide for all Californians. The terminology used in the proposal is to modernize county allocations. That's an interesting, I'm going to call it a euphemism, because truly it's a zero-sum game. And so by prioritizing spending in one area or adding new areas to spend, we will be taking funds away from other spending areas. So the proposal is to require 30% for housing interventions, 35% for full service partnership programs, 30% for behavioral health services and supports, and 5% for prevention. I want to share, so right now, about, almost 19% goes to prevention and early intervention. Under this proposal, there will be 5% that goes to prevention and early intervention. Most of our spending for community services and supports, which makes up let's see, what is it? It is 74% of our, or 76%, 1%, 76% of our current allocation right now goes to community services and supports. Of that, we already fund full service partnership programs. However, this shift to saying 35% of all the funding needs to go to full service partnership programs really leaves out those individuals who are seriously mentally ill, but not needing a full service partnership level of service. And so that is a challenge. It also brings in a new population to be served, which is the substance use population. And again, really trying to look at where do the funds come from to serve the substance use population in a way that really is meaningful. And so lots of questions still to be answered. We will be coming back to your board with more information and a more thorough presentation on this, I believe, in August. But I wanted to give you a heads up that this legislation is out there. The proposal is out there. There is a lot of dialogue going on. There are likely many more changes still to happen. There's a lot of advocacy happening, and it's a buckle your seatbelt moment for us. And so again, you can look at the charts here and you can see a little bit of how the funding is currently allocated and then how it would shift. So right now we get, as a county, get 95% of the county allocation. the state withholds 5%. Under a proposed scenario, the state would retain 8% of the funding, and the county would get 92% of the bucket, and then it would be divided in different ways. Currently, the 76% is to community services and supports, 19% is to prevention and early intervention, and 5% is to innovation. Under the new proposed as it is written right now, it would be that 30% for housing interventions, 35% for full service partnerships, 5% for prevention, and 30% for everything else. I'm just going to say, if we were looking at the everything else that we're currently funding, there's going to be significant impacts there. One of the other strategies, improvements to services, we're looking at having improved transparency and accountability for behavioral health funding and outcomes, so Californians can know how their government programs are performing. The state is proposing to create a county behavioral health outcomes accountability and transparency report, would like to align county behavioral health plans and Medi-Cal managed care plans, our contract requirements, when the same requirements exist across programs, and to develop a path for achieving parity between commercial and Medi-Cal mental health and substance use disorder benefits. I think all of us have seen, kind of disparities between what is offered in the private insurance world and what is provided in the Medi-Cal world. And that will be something that, again, I support a need for change here. I support a need for us to really implement parity, across all funding systems and all insurers, including ourselves. But there's going to be lots more to come. And I am here. Again, we will be back here in August to talk more about the governor's proposal and this ballot initiative and SB, what is it? It is 326 by Senator Eggman. So more to come on that front, and happy to answer any questions that you might have about our MHSA 3-year plan as we are proposing it now based on the law as it exists right now.
Thank you. Yeah, Susan Eggman, the Assembly member, my former seatmate on the Assembly floor. But I wanted to go back on the timeline. So if the ballot measure to reshape MHSA funding, as you just explained, on a timeline, which I think it will pass because the governor and the legislature are going to put resources to make sure that it does pass. You were mentioning that then we would have like 2 more years of funding, right? Because it wouldn't go into effect until July of 2025. So that would give us about 2 years from now. But then you said it's phased in over 3 years. Can you explain that?
Well, so some of that is still going to be determined, so there's kind of like preliminary timelines that have been put out there. I believe that, again, our current 3-year plan is going to be completely valid, and we will be acting on our current 3-year plan. Very likely, we would be creating our next 3-year plan, or as they come up with, that we're replacing the 3-year plan with a county integrated plan for outcomes. I don't know what that means yet, but whatever that is, that would likely be the process that we start on for the next renewal cycle, and that's when these impacts are most likely to be the shift is most likely to be enacted.
And the revamped buckets that you explained, the 30, 35, 30, and then the 5%. Would that remain under under your jurisdiction in behavioral health to make those determinations of how that money gets spent?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that stays under local control.
Yeah, the 76, as you're saying, if you have existing contract with service providers, that's certainly going to be a big impact when you can't spend the 76 for that anymore. Now you have to do spend it as determined in these new buckets. And I assume the housing, portion, the 30%, then you would have to work with the county HCD in terms of carrying out those
So,
goals, or how would that?
Yeah, I mean, so right now, I mean, it sounds, again, there's not a whole lot of detail there, but right now it really sounds like that housing is meant to be things like housing subsidies. Again, for likely our most seriously mentally ill. I will share with you individuals that we currently have in full service partnerships. There's times when we do pay their housing costs because they need that level of support to be able to be safe in our community. Right. And so we do fund that. One item that I do really also want to share about that is when we spend $1 on housing, we lose $2 in services because we're no longer able to leverage federal dollars. Wow. So as we redirect money towards housing, and this is probably not housing infrastructure, this is probably not building housing, this is likely paying rents on and other kind of support services around that. Our reality is that every dollar means $2 out of services. And so that is also of grave concern.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to bring this back. Shea, you wanted to add anything on this?
No.
Okay, let's go to our supervisors.
Yeah, happy to chime in. Obviously, Katie and I have had a lot of conversations in different venues about this particular set of proposals. And the key concern for me is that piece that she mentioned at the end about every dollar lost is $2 lost in impact in our community. And the loss of that local control is of key concern to me, especially given the initial intent and big picture. Just want to share obviously what I'm seeing and hearing, especially on the ECE front, is there's actually efforts to sort of use that money and offer it to other people to get them to support it. Say, hey, we're going to give you a piece of this and you should jump on board with this. And I get it. It's politics, right? Mm-hmm. But big picture for us as a county and looking at counties throughout the state, it feels like we're going to fund someone to compete against us at a certain level. And that frustrates me. We're going to lose services to the community. That frustrates me. The fact that we work sort of from the way that we work backwards, meaning we're not dealing with last year's dollars this year, we're dealing with a true up process. It takes several years to get those dollars in to understand the full impact. I appreciate the runway that's been built in, but I'd rather big picture and seeing the soft recession that I believe we're already in, understanding that money is likely to taper off anyway, then you layer another loss on top of that taper based on the multiple years out. It's going to be, I think, devastating to the services we're able to provide our community when we have been focused on equity. And I get that perhaps the frustration in Sacramento that maybe other communities haven't. But much like the homeless conversation, when you've done it the right way and you've based it on community wants, needs, and focus based on real statistics and figures, it's hard to stare down a policy that says, we're going to make it better now. So I get probably on a soapbox here, preaching to the choir with everybody in the room, but I think it's important to shine as much light as we can on this issue as it works its way through. But I'm also cognizant of the political realities in Sacramento that were outlined by Supervisor Alejo. So just appreciate the presentation and the continued advocacy on all fronts, knowing that many of the rooms we've been in, it's kind of a surprise to people that were not supportive right away and asking questions. And so I think that that's critical to have real dialogue around some of these issues. But thank you for your efforts to the whole team.
Preach it, Brother Lopez. Supervisor Adams.
So I'm trying to see the silver lining in this, and I'm wondering if there is one.
I wish I could see one. I know that we need more housing supports. I wish that the housing supports were just new funding that was coming to us from the state, and then I would gratefully accept that. We are going to have to, the euphemism is we're going to have to prioritize programs locally if this passes as it exists right now. And that is going to be painful for a lot of very vulnerable people that we serve.
Thanks. That's about what I thought.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Supervisor Church.
Briefly, I know one of the goals is more transparency and accountability. Just curious if you briefly touch upon what the ideas might be there.
I am very happy to be transparent. So I know that one of the things that to me is kind of a common myth in the state of California, and it just kind of in popular thought, is that MHSA is this arcane world and counties are hiding things. My reality is that MHSA funding is a little bit complicated, and the rules and regulations that apply to it are a bit complicated. As Supervisor Lopez alluded to, we don't know how much MHSA money we actually get for a given year until the year is over and people have filed their income taxes and those income tax returns have been processed. So we're already operating, kind of 18 months in arrears from a funding, a knowledge about what our actual revenues are. The other piece that is complicated is there's strings attached to all the dollars. We absolutely have to do a community planning process. We absolutely have to spend this amount of money on prevention and early intervention, and this amount on innovation, and this amount on community services and supports. And so, one of the things that I keep seeking to do is trying to help the community at large understand that better. There's been a lot of myths about the fund balances that exist. I can tell you this 3-year plan is planning on using up a lot of fund balances here. It's really looking at utilizing almost all of the dollars that we currently have, apart from a prudent reserve. So the prudent reserve, we're only able to access in times of recession. So, while that money is sitting there in its fund balance, it's not available to be used if someone comes to us and says, hey, I have a great program and I'd love for you to fund it. So many times I'd like to be able to say, I'd love to fund it too, and I can't. And so I guess from that standpoint, I welcome the conversation. I don't think we have anything to hide. I think that people would like to know more about realignment and about Medi-Cal and about, how behavioral health is funded overall. And I think that is the transparency. So our challenge will be not that we're trying to mask anything, but we're trying to figure out how do we tell the story in a way that's easily digestible.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, let's go to the public. Any members of the public have comments on this? This is the adoption of the Monterey County Mental Health Services Act 3-year program and expenditure plan. See none, I'll bring this back for a motion. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved by Lopez.
Second.
Second by Church. Okay, all those in favor? Say aye. Those against, motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much for bringing this forward to the public and for us to kind of get the latest on this, as there's a lot of moving pieces. I'm looking forward to the next presentation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Secretary and team. Okay, now we are going to our regular agenda 130 item. Sorry, everybody. Thank you for your patience. We are going to item 25, Signal Hill. This is a public hearing to consider 3 appeals, one by Raymond Nutra, one by Samuel Reeves, and one by the Alliance of Monterey Area Preservationists. And we'll first get a presentation by staff, and then we'll give a presentation to the applicant and then to the appellants. We'll allow 5 minutes on each side.
Okay. Good afternoon, Charalejo. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great. My name is Mary Israel, and I'm presenting the continued appeal hearing of project PLN 100338, Signal Hill LLC. I realize everybody is running late, so I'm going to make this brief. And if any slide you feel like you need to ask more questions, just go ahead and raise your hand and I can finish what I have written, but I'm going to go very briefly through this. So this is a refresher on the location. It's at 1170 Signal Hill Road, Pebble Beach, in an area regulated by the Del Monte Forest Land Area Land Use Plan. It's a 2.2 acre parcel zoned low density residential, 1.5 acres per unit with a design control overlay in the coastal zone. So as you know, the project included significant impacts to a listed historic resource. So an EIR was prepared. An alternative for the proposed project, Alternative 9, was approved in the Planning Commission on January 25th, 2025. And the decision had 3 separate appeals. The neighbor Reeves, represented by Lombardo and Associates, the Alliance for Monterey Area Preservationists, Raymond Neutra, son of the architect of the Connell House. So the appeals were discussed on May 9th, and the appellant's applicant and staff added testimony, and the public also commented on the appeal hearing. After discussion, the board made a motion of intent to uphold the 3 appeals and deny the Alternative 9 reduced height project. The board instructed staff to work with the applicant on Alternative 1, preservation, and 6, reduced project, and return with both for discussion and then board action. There are 3 resolutions in the staff report. The first is for the certification of the EIR, which would be required for action on either of the 2 project alternatives, which have prepared resolutions, or on another alternative. Staff described the EIR in the May 9th hearing, so for brevity, I'm moving ahead, but I can answer any questions about its contents or how it was developed. It was developed following CEQA law. Impacts to historical resources are least likely to occur by approving a preservation alternative project because the existing dwelling would be entitled to be preserved and could continue to be a listed historical resource. Alternative 6 is called the reduced project alternative. It would include demolishing the existing dwelling, and it would reduce the building site coverage of the proposed single-family residence to stay within the existing development area. 2 mitigation measures would be applied to lessen impacts to historic resources, but the actual building would be removed. In this slide, we go into more detail on what the 2 project alternatives involve side by side. As you can see, Alternative 1 would allow full reconstruction and restoration of the Connell House. Because plans are available and the design would match the existing house as it was in the 1950s, the Alternative 1 resolution includes a design approval. The project's combined development permits require approval of coastal administrative permit for demo and reconstruction, and due to the location, the coastal development permits that remain from the previous list are development within 100 feet of environmentally sensitive habitat, development on slopes exceeding 30%, and development within 700 feet of known archaeological resources. So the Alternative 6 reduced project carries a coastal administrative permit to allow demolition and approval for construction of the new residence that would be in concept reduced project. It would require the same coastal development permits. Another difference that you can see in the bottom of this slide is that the preservation project does not include restoration of 1.67 acres of coastal sand dune habitat. That was assumed in the EIR, but staff analysis finds that it was actually volunteered as part of the project description for projects that included demolition. And it wasn't volunteered by the applicant as part of preservation. The restoration work would not be proportional to the overall impacts. However, minor impacts to environmentally sensitive habitat that may occur due to construction are mitigated by restoration and preservation on a 2-to-1 ratio. Since the May hearing, staff discussed the potential to move forward with Alternative 1 and Alternative 6 with the applicant. The applicant refuses to pursue preservation alternative for the following stated reasons, as they show on the slide: property rights. The applicant finds that reconstruction is infeasible. The applicant pointed out that the Historic Resources Review Board did not support the preservation alternative in 2022, and someone in that Board called it a replica. Furthermore, the applicant has no interest in selling the property. The applicant supports the reduced project alternative in principle. During staff discussions, the applicant proposed a compromise in which the reduced project alternative is an expression of a 15% reduction from the full project. This slide presents a sketch of a site plan that the applicant proposed for a reduction from the full project. Staff would consider this basically an alternative 6B. It's 15% less impervious surface on the lot. It would still have a 1.67 acre habitat restoration, and it would have approximately 15% less floor area than the full height project that was the main project of the EIR. So it includes development area plus a little expansion. It falls within the range of alternatives that were analyzed in the EIR, but it doesn't match alternative 6 as described in the May 9th hearing. With mitigation measures from the EIR, the applicant's proposed alternative would reduce all impacts to less than significant, except for impacts to historic resources. In the next slide, I'm going to briefly look at where that would fit into the alternatives and talk about CEQA findings. So staff is in an awkward position because there are two resolutions that have opposite findings in terms of which alternative you would choose. So I'll just briefly say that alternative 1 is the environmentally superior alternative from the EIR. It would not require CEQA findings or a statement of overriding consideration, and it was found to be feasible in the EIR. The project that also has a resolution is the reduced project that you see the findings before you for the continuation of hazardous structure in a state of disrepair, similar to no project alternative, and the possibility that it could stand until it no longer has integrity as a historic resource due to the factors of the applicant's attitude toward preservation or any project that includes preservation. So project the factors, as we've discussed in the previous hearing, are economic and social for a reduced project or a reduced height project. They also include that the building would cost as much as demolition, and the construction would result in a smaller house that's undesirable to the owner. This is the same slide as you saw on May 9th for overriding considerations should you bring forward the reduced project alternative 6. And again, this would not apply if you were to bring forward the preservation alternative. There were a few more comment letters to the board for between the May 9th hearing and this hearing. The first one was from Lombardo and Associates. They described what their appeal was about and made a discussion about alternative 9 and CEQA findings, talked about the project history, and shared a draft resolution. Raymond Neutra shared the State Preservation Office's perspective on when they would support demolition and some reconstruction regulations, and shared the idea of the sale of the property. Anthony Kirk shared that he would nominate the house in 2004, just like he did later in 2014. Catherine Smith, a preservationist, also shared support for the preservation project, and Mike Clare shared support for the project approved by the Planning Commission that was on appeal. Staff's recommendation is to, first off, certify the environmental impact report prepared for Signal Hill LLC project in the separate resolution that is before you, and adopt a statement of overriding considerations and approve the alternative 6 reduced project, and also adopt a mitigation monitoring and reporting plan. There are clarifying edits to the resolution for alternative 6 that came in a staff errata memo dated yesterday. And so this decision would absorb the errata edits, should you agree with the staff recommendation. These edits are related to removing exact wording on square footage and floor area ratios in finding 1 evidence M to state that the structure would stay within the developed area, and that's more consistent with the EIR's generalized language and alternative 6 in concept. and also the errata edits include an additional separate finding for the CEQA findings. This concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you very much. Any questions before we go to the applicant and appellant? See none? Okay. Ms. Midori, we'll give you 5 minutes and we'll start the clock once you start to speak. Welcome back.
Okay, at this meeting, the heart of the matter before you are two major issues, and I'm going to point out only the two major issues: property rights and discrimination. I purchased the house in 2004 and followed every request by the county, yet I've been denied the use and enjoyment of my property over 19 years. The original design and construction had many structural issues, and the only option from the beginning was to demolish. Many structural engineers told you this. The entire basement level was moldy and the structure rotting when I bought the house. The county, through its HRRB, ordered a mothball plan that ordered me to essentially demolish 50% of the house. The contractors performing the work were shocked that we were installing temporary shoring. Temporary shoring was supposed to be for 1 year, and 1 year turned into 8 years and continuing. The house will collapse on its own as soon as you remove temporary shoring or the next storm. You, the board, blatantly deny my property right. The Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution prohibits you from taking my private property. No person should be deprived of her property, nor shall private property be taken for public use. Item 2, discrimination. My project has been approved by the HRRB, by the Planning Commission, by your staff, based on facts and enormous amount of engineering data. A neighbor on my street appeals a well-designed and code-compliant house. The same neighbor does not appeal 3141 17-mile drive, which has far greater unavoidable ridgeline development and ESHA. And he didn't appeal Abercrombie's project and another project. I'm not talking about Coastal Commission appeal of that project. I'm referring to the appellant and Monterey County being the enabler of this discriminatory action by granting his appeal. You have done his job. You are aiding and abetting his bullying and denying me the same rights that you give to my other neighbors. The board went against HRRB, went against Planning Commission, and went against staff recommendations in granting Sam Reeves' appeal with no reasons given at all. You are the contributor of this discrimination. The board needs to stop treating me different than other Pebble Beach property owners. I have watched many new homes in Pebble Beach get permits and get built, and you grant a baseless appeal by my neighbor. For the last time, this is the last time I'm going to do this. I'm willing to compromise and reduce the Legoretta design by lowering the square footage, 15% FAR and 15% developed area in order to end this nightmare and insanity. The height would be to avoid ridgeline, whatever the height it is. What I'm offering as a compromise, I do not have to, because I'm well within my rights to build the original proposed project. But again, I'm willing to take this last final concession as a compromise. The equal protection clause of the 14th Amendment is on my side. The county has approved my neighbor's project at 3141 17 Mile Drive to build 8,000 square feet on a lot that is 57,000 square feet, which is 14,000 of the lot size. I am asking for 10,000 on a lot that's 94,000 square feet. Again, you approved 14% of someone else's, and I'm now willing to go down to 10.6%. Please respect my property rights. Stop treating women property owners different than men. Give me equal protection under law and stop discriminating against me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're gonna go to 5 minutes on appellant side. Are you gonna speak all 5 minutes, Mr. Lombardo?
No, I'll be less than.
Is there other
3.
speakers who want to share some of that time?
Yeah, I believe Mr. Neutra and the AMAP appellant, the other
Okay.
2 appellants.
So will
I'll be
you
very
want to stop
brief.
you at 2 minutes?
Please.
Okay, 2 minutes and now and then a minute and a half, that we could have equal time here. And then anybody else could speak their 2 minutes during regular public comments on this item, which we will open up again. Okay, so if we could set this for 2 minutes, that way they could share their 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. The board hasn't violated anybody's rights. The project, in fact, violates the ESHA requirements of the Coastal Act, as it appears that the proposed compromise does as well. It's inconsistent with the design regulations and visual resource protection policies of the local coastal plan for Del Monte Forest. You'd have to adopt a statement of overriding considerations that says jobs and property taxes are enough to override any environmental impact. And finally, the design is predicated on ignoring the former action of the Board of Supervisors requiring tree restoration, which it sounds like the compromise does as well, and your order to restore or at least mothball the house so that it wouldn't degrade in condition. So this isn't an offer of compromise. It's an offer to ignore the local coastal plan. The Coastal Commission has said that it is not and will not ever be appropriate to build on those dunes. This design, apparently, that we've never seen, proposes that. So I'd urge the board to articulate your reasons for the granting of the appeals, which are 3, not 1. And if the applicant refuses to comply with the previous board orders to restore the trees where they were and to protect the home, that you take legal action against the property owner for the abatement of the nuisance that they've created. Finally, I would say that there is nothing to approve here today. You're denying, or presumably you're granting the 3 appeals, and you can direct the applicant to go back and apply for a new house. The house has to fit within the developed area as described in the local coastal plan. It has to be visually unobtrusive, and it has to fit in with the neighborhood. After everything else that's happened is of the applicant's creation, and you haven't discriminated against anybody, man, woman, or child. Thank you.
The other 2 speakers, we could put you for a minute and a half. Just one more speaker, okay? And we'll give you all the remaining 3 minutes. Thank you.
I have something to share with you.
We'll start your time. Hold on. We'll start it when we start speaking.
Okay. We have 5 recommendations for you. One of them is choose option 1, no demolition. Second, order the current owner to safeguard the property from further vandals. Last I looked, it was open to the public. Third, encourage the owner to seek sources which may be willing to purchase for restoration, according to your own code as an option. Fourth, write a law. If an owner refuses to safeguard a listed historic structure, impose a 10-year moratorium on construction. And if anyone, including an owner, is proven to have damaged or burned a listed historic structure, jail time and 10-year moratorium on construction. There's faulty assumptions of your staff and also of the Planning Commission and HRRB that it was too difficult or costly to restore. This is wrong. It wouldn't be historic if it was historic. That's wrong. and there's nobody to restore it. That's wrong. This is a photograph from a couple of years ago. You can see that the bones of this house are still there. And even if those vandals who had spent hours with sawzalls in the house returned now with gasoline and burned it to the ground, there's still the foundation and their plans to restore it. The house is now on the state's historic list. If somebody thought that the restoration or reconstruction was not historic, they would have to pay for a petition, and a whole hearing would happen to determine whether or not this was no longer historic. The state officials assure us that particularly since this work was made necessary by demolition, by neglect, and vandalism, that they would be particularly sympathetic. Restoring damaged Neutra properties are passion projects now, just as restoring Notre Dame is a passion project, even though it's very expensive. So the 1929 Lovell Health House in School was bought for $9 million, and millions more are being done on restoration. The 1948 Tremaine House in Montecito was bought by the Tesla car designer for millions, and millions are being done in bringing it back to its original design. The 1954 Corwin House in Connecticut, bought for millions and millions in restoration going on now. There's a recent Dwell article this week about yet another one. The Neutra Owners Network would be willing to recruit buyers for Ms. Metapour if she were willing, and the Neutra Institute would help as well and would help the new owner with access to the plan. So this could be a win-win solution. Monterey leads in protecting its historic legacy.
You're at your time, sir.
Oh, is it over?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's bring this up to any questions at this point. Otherwise, I'll go to public comment first. No, let me go to public comment then. Anybody else from the public who would now want to speak for 2 minutes on this? We'll give you the time to do so again. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm here again to point out Lombardo's lies. I really want you to please pay attention to the dirty tactics that Tony Lombardo has used throughout this process. You saw at the last hearing how he just outright lied about the square footage of the proposed project. And then last week, he sent you a letter with an incredible set of lies. In the letter, he said that you apparently directed the staff to return with findings to support that denial based on, and then he lists 5 findings. That did not happen at this last hearing. He fabricates, he manufactures findings. I talked to your deputy counsel. He agrees with me wholeheartedly. But this should come as no surprise because over 10 years ago, he came before the Board of Supervisors and said that he would not make an issue of this historical nonsense. But here we are, and he is still going on about it and interfering with Massey's property rights. How can the Board of Supervisors allow an attorney to publicly agree as part of an inducement and then allow him to completely violate it without so much as a word of reprimand from you? Some of you have brought up this concept of precedent a few times. What precedent are you setting, allowing him to not follow through on his agreement to end this campaign of harassment and discrimination? In conclusion, the beauty of this country is that while a neighbor is allowed and can choose to be a bigot, the government is not. The Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment assures that whether you're a female property owner born in Iran or a male property owner from Fresno, you have the same property rights in this country. Please give her the same rights that 3141 17-mile drive has that's represented by Tony Lombardo. He's doing the same kind of project 2 houses down. He comes up here, it just gives you nonsense after nonsense after nonsense. Thankfully, I'm not a licensed attorney. I could just speak the truth. The level of violation, ethics violations this man does in front of you is mind-boggling.
Thank you very much. Other speakers from the public on this item? Yes, ma'am.
I'm Mimi Sheridan, president of the Alliance of Monterey Area Preservationists, and we've been following this project for a long time. We urge the board to support alternative 1, which is the environmentally preferred alternative. The historic status of the building is widely acknowledged. However, the staff recommendation is a project as an alternative that would lead to demolition. The overriding considerations used to justify that decision are not valid, as was referred to earlier. It is important to recognize that granting permission for demolition would be an unfortunate precedent by rewarding a property owner for the serious neglect, damage, and delay that has occurred and could be used by other property owners in the future. Despite this deterioration, preservation of the house by restoration is highly feasible, as Dr. Neutra's slide showed. Alternative 1 could lead to a livable historic house in compliance with the legal requirements and with less impact on the overall environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? I don't see anybody else in chambers. Anybody else on Zoom?
No.
Okay. This is back for decision by the board. Final decision. This will bring us back for discussion from the board. Anyone want to start? Supervisor Adams, your district, you want to start us? Get us warmed up here?
I think the audience has warmed us up quite a bit already. Yes, this is one of the most challenging situations that I've ever been in as far as being on the Board of Supervisors, because I have a strong sense and respect for historic buildings. I'm in a club that was founded by people who did everything they could successfully to protect and ensure that the adobes in Monterey were not taken down. So that means quite a bit to me. And the thought of taking something down that is historic is problematic for me. I've heard from many people, close friends, who are very supportive of the project. And I've also heard from people that I respect, the Pebble Beach Company, who are not supportive of the project. So I find myself in, just a very difficult position in trying to determine what to do. I look at the different proposals that have been made, option 1, option 6, option 9. And I know I realize I have to say that I had to fulfill my ex parte responsibility. I need to say that I went to the house recently and had an opportunity to meet with Ms. Metaphor. So I just need to acknowledge that. There was nothing said that I believe needs to be disclosed. I think all of the information that she and I shared was already on the record or is on the record now. So I'm not going to, I don't expect that there will be a problem with that. So going backwards now, I want to hear from my colleagues. I feel like I'm sitting on the middle of a very difficult fence. And just, as I said, looking at the various options that are there, I'm just saddened that they cannot be agreed to. I'm also saddened that looking at Dr. Neutra's win-win-win, I feel like there are possibilities there, but clearly it's your decision. You are the one that will make the decision, and I acknowledge that. So those are just my starting comments to fire things up a little bit.
Okay, go to any other colleagues on this side now. I'm looking at Supervisor Lopez and Church.
Happy to jump in on the ex parte side. Just to be clear as well, I had a conversation yesterday with Mr. Lombardo that was less than 5 minutes long about several issues. And at the end, it was asked, do you have any questions about tomorrow? And I did not. Having dealt with this for 13 years, I think I've had enough of background and understanding. But given where we are, I've been clear about my passion for mid-century modern design and homes, and there's no wins here for anybody. I think that's the tough piece for me. Given the options in front of us, I would prefer option 1, but I'm also realistic about staff's outline about whether or not that would ever happen. And I agree. I don't think it would. I have concerns about obviously the past actions, the trees, the condition of the property and what that's created for the neighborhood. And I think we have to move past this. The question is how do you do that? And I don't I don't see a plan. And as in most cases, you can kind of meet somewhere in the middle. And I don't really see a meet in the middle option on this one. I don't see that in the cards. And so, yeah, I think the question of height is a big one on this particular project. And I think that might be the only place I see room for compromise, given everything else that's in front of us after having spent the weekend really delving deep on this project, on the reading. That's the only place I see that we might actually find some compromise. Other than that, I don't see it. But just like Mary, I look forward to hearing from everybody else. I prefer one, but I'm also realistic in recognizing that I know that will not make sense for probably most everybody up here, given the conversation in our last round with this.
Thank you. Supervisor Church, and we'll go to Supervisor Askew.
Well, I had, admire and fond of all history and anything historical, but, in this case, you also have to be a realist. And, I don't see where option one is the realism at this point. It is, somewhat malleable on my position or what, the board wants us to do. I don't have a hard and fast solution to here. Otherwise, we'd probably all be jumping onto whatever is a hard and fast solution. But at this point, I'm leaning more towards 6 as the only viable option onto this. But again, I'm look for any path forward by any of my colleagues on this matter.
Thank you, Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to begin by disclosing that I had a 15-minute phone call with Ms. Metaphor on May 15th, shortly after our last board item. I listened and she shared a lot of the same information that was shared in the board hearing. And I made no comment at that point. I don't have any, again, I think most of the comments that I made at our last hearing, like this is incredibly unfortunate. It's hard to make sense of everything that's in front of me. It doesn't make sense from where I sit. And there is, this item was also agendized for closed session, which we can't speak about here, but the realities that are in front of us from where we sit are very limited. We can't force people to do things or not do things in large part. And I am not interested in seeing blighted properties remain in our community. And I don't know what other path forward we have other than to support option 6, as much as I would like to. And the more that I've looked into this, the farther I've leaned towards option 1. But I don't know how that moves anyone forward at this point. So, yeah, I don't have any questions. Those would generally be my comments. I just think this is just so incredibly unfortunate every way I look at it.
Thank you very much. And I would just say, first of all, that I had an inquiry into my office yesterday, just by Ms. Medipur, just asking about the process for each side to speak. I had an inquiry yesterday by Mr. Lombardo, just confirming whether I received his letter. So I would just say, I wanted to say that, first of all, I think a lot was said in our last meeting about a lot of concerns with this project and what has transpired here. We went through all the different alternatives. So it's not like we haven't put a lot on the record already. Here we're coming, we didn't make it, we kind of narrowed options last time. We're coming back for a final decision on what option to choose here. These are all very difficult. And when we hear these hearings coming from any other advisory committee or the planning commission, I think this is a de novo hearing. So we're giving this a fresh look. And so we take those other recommendations and other votes into account. But this body of 5 supervisors makes its decision and its review brand new, de novo, as the word clearly states. But I think when people talk about property rights, they're not absolute. there's responsibilities too, and there's regulations, and there's local laws, and there's decisions that are made by local governments regarding zoning and project approvals, and that is what we're taking into account here. This is a historic property. There was a lot of concerns about the coastal protections that ESHA concerns with the larger footprint. This is a historic resource, obviously, on record with this renowned architect who originally built this. And there's existing violations, right? And so we heard from the applicant about her goals of what she wanted to build here, but we also take into account all the other concerns that are raised by the community as well. And we balance those out, and every project is different. Every project is unique and unique circumstances. And in this case, there was some vandalism that occurred, and how that occurred in such a important property, a very valuable property, especially in this part of the county, I think astounds us all. And what the question I have for staff is, have we had any, looking at option one, have we had any information what it would cost to restore this historical resource?
I could start it.
Just to address that concern that was raised, because I think there's assumption being made that it's impossible to restore this home in its condition, and certainly there's a lot of architects and contractors that do this kind of work to restore these historical homes and bring them back to the original state. But I just haven't heard a number of why is there assumption that wouldn't be financially feasible to carry out?
Well, I'll start the answer, which is there was a structural evaluation done when they were examining the alternatives and analyzing whether or not under CEQA, if you have a historical resource, one of the things you have to look into is maybe moving it to a different place. So as part of that, a structural evaluation was done, and that is attached to the final EIR. It's a Appendix F. And in there, it said that those specialists estimated that reconstruction and preservation would cost the equivalent of a new construction. And for other general comments, the Chief of Planning.
Yeah.
And what would that be in terms of a cost of building a brand new home? So you're saying the cost to restore this original home would be in excess of building a completely brand new one, whether it's different or whether it's using the same blueprints of the original home?
Yeah, we don't have that. We don't have all the specifics on the costs. We don't have contractor estimates or architect estimates, but it is possible to reconstruct this home and put it back to what it was originally. The effort to do that, according to our building official, and given my knowledge of construction and development, would be equivalent to tearing it down or keeping it propped up for a long time and replacing most of the structural members. So on a cost per square foot basis for a major remodel reconstruction like this and the construction of a new structure, it would be comparable amounts of money, and perhaps could be even more expensive to do reconstruction than new construction in some cases.
Perhaps, but is there a basis for that? Or is that an assumption?
It's an assumption.
I'm just saying, if we had any estimates that would prove that, because whether we give approval to build a new house, it's going to cost the X amount of dollars, and if we say restore, if it's going to be almost the same comparable amount, then that's something to factor into this decision. Obviously, with everything that has happened to this particular property, I just feel like the preservation is the one I lean more towards. But at our last hearing, just considering some of the information that you're repeating today, I wanted to, for me, I would say option one is my preferred alternative. But if the applicant chooses not to, she's given that option. But if she chooses not to do that, there's also the option 6 as well. But that keeps the new construction under the same footprint. And for me, I want to show the public and if this is challenged in court, that we gave at least a couple options here, that we were being flexible, that yes, we prefer the historical resource to be preserved, as has been argued by some of the appellants and has been raised by the members of the public. But in the alternative, we're also being flexible by giving an option 2 and building a brand new home, but in the same footprint, so that it doesn't option 6, option 6 to not have not to address the environmental impacts that were raised previously. So that's kind of where I am at here as well on this. But we'd love to see, I think there's a point now we could entertain a motion of how we want to proceed on this.
I'd be willing to make a motion, which I believe is just going to be a multi-part motion. We have to don't we adopt recommendations A and B, which is a CEQA. And then on terms of this, I would move to adopt number 6. Stipulating, just I know it stipulates on there would be within the same footprint, but just want to make sure that's clearly understood. We're talking about the footprint of this of the Connell house as it was, and after this is done, I would like to follow up with a motion. That we could take a look at his preserving historic buildings in the future, perhaps with an ordinance that will deal with that.
I want to get some guidance from county council to make sure our motion is clear. Just so for the record that it's clearly stated. And then to perhaps include that additional direction on staff coming back on ordinance amendments that could protect other historic resources.
I could follow up in more detail on that, but I thought it might be better to make a second motion on that.
Okay.
So I believe the motion, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Spencer, the motion would be to grant the appeals and approve option number 6 with the requirement that it be within the same footprint of the existing building. That would be the main motion, including the CEQA finding that is required. And then if that motion passes, you would have a second motion about direction to staff to come forward with ordinances as described by, I think Mr. Nutra had some in his presentation about some penalties with respect to the issuance of building permits if a historic structure is damaged.
Okay, we'll start with the first motion then. Let's go with let's get a motion made.
Yeah, so it would be adopt resolution certifying the EIR, adopt the resolution approving alternative 6, including the statement of overriding considerations, and adoption of the mitigation monitoring and reporting program with the clarity that it is within the same footprint.
Is that your motion? Motion by Church. Is there a second? Second by asking now further discussion on this motion, then we'll go to the direction, motion for direction.
And the question that I have, and Supervisor Alejo, you had mentioned the possibility of putting forward 2 options. So putting forward, second. So right now we certify the EIR, which is part of this motion. And then when we're giving direction on which option to proceed or which option we're approving, we could potentially, and I guess it's a question for county council, we could potentially say that we support option 1. And if the property owner chooses not to pursue that, then we would back up to option 2, or do we need to just choose one of those?
I think that in the presentation, the property owner made clear that she would not pursue option 1. Is that correct, Mr. Spencer?
Yes, that's correct. And if you approve option 6, option 1 can still be permitted easily if we were able to make it go that direction. But to answer your question, the applicant has very clearly said they are not in favor of preservation and will not follow through with it.
So option 1, regardless of even if we give direction on option 6 right now, option 1 remains a viable option that the property owner can choose to pursue at any point. Okay.
Yeah.
Then, I'm on my second stance.
And same here. I want to reiterate that that's my preferred option, but understanding that if it comes back that's still an option, I mean, the applicant has an option to come back and do that with easier permitting for that, to carry out that option. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those against? Abstention, opposed?
I cannot tolerate taking down the historic building. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I wish I could, but I don't know. I can't be very happy to approve the EIR, but I just cannot do it. I'm so sorry.
So for the record, you had support option 1.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Okay, just so it's noted for the record, motion carries 4-1 for option 6. Now let's go to your second motion.
My second motion would be giving some direction to the staff to come back with an ordinance that would be basically following the fourth point of Mr. Nutra, which is that if an owner refuses to safeguard a listed historic structure, then it would impose a 10-year moratorium on construction.
And perhaps some other options as well?
Yes.
Make it broader. Yeah.
Well,
Is that okay?
yeah, that's fine.
I'm happy to second that motion.
Okay, it's moved by Supervisor Church, second by Supervisor Adams. This is only to provide direction to come back at a future meeting, or we could flesh this out some more and have public input on this as well. So on that motion, all those in favor?
I have a question for County Council on that. Do we need to do a referral on this, or because it's going direct to staff, we can just move it forward more rapidly?
This is direction to staff, so
Great.
they'll take the action and bring it back for further
Okay.
discussion.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those against, motion carries 5-0. Thank you for that additional direction. Okay, we are going to now go to item 26. Thank you, everybody, for coming and participating in this. Item 26, we're receiving a preliminary report on a proposed concessionary agreement for the operation and management of Laguna Seca Recreational Area with Friends of Laguna Seca. And we're going to transition staff, computers, and presentations. We have Randy Ishii, Director of Public Works, and Brian Flores, Chief of Parks. And we'll let the public know this is first presentation. This will be coming back again for a final decision on July 11th. So one of 2 hearings on this matter.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much, Chair Alejo and members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm Randy Ishii, Director of Public Works, Facilities and Parks, as introduced by the Chair. And with me today is Brian Flores, Chief of Parks, as well as various staff members from the department are also on the line. And we also have representatives of the proposed concessionary agreement with us as well, from both Friends of Laguna Seca and A&D Norigi Consulting. Staff is going to bring up a presentation for your board. And as Donna Luna, Management Analyst 3, brings that up for us, again, this is a presentation on the proposed concessionary agreement for WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, aka the Laguna Seca Recreational Area. And so as we move on to our next slide to show the overview of our presentation today.
I think you need it on presentation mode still to get it into presentation mode.
I see we need to expand our Zoom and we need to page down on it because it looks like our presentation is in a PDF format.
Oh, it's PDF format.
So let's go ahead and advance down to the next slide to show our presentation overview. Thank you. And so our overview for our presentation today is to talk about the background of the concessionaire agreement, as well as some main points and some other points of this proposed concessionaire agreement. We'll then open up for questions and comments, and then look to your board for direction and guidance on next steps on this item. So as we move on, by way of brief background, there's been a history of the way that Laguna Seca has been managed over the years. As we look back in the record, there was a concessionaire agreement with the Sports Car Racing Association of Monterey Peninsula, aka SCRAMP, which existed from 1974 to 2014. And then that proceeded into a month-to-month agreement from 2014 to 2017. That then shifted to a management agreement with SCRAMP from 2017 to 2019. And more recently, here in more recent times, And that has shifted to a management agreement with A&D Norwegian Consulting from 2020 to our present day. And that takes us to our item for today, which is the proposed concession agreement. And the county was approached by the Friends of Laguna Seca for a potential concession agreement. And this was presented to your board and the public at the November 8th, 2022 board meeting. What is unique about this is that's a public-private partnership, again, showing collaboration with public agencies as well as private entities. And as we go to the next 2 points, what's important here is that this agreement, unlike the management agreements, where management agreements, the county has an operator who operates the facility, but the management, AKA the capital assets, capital replacements and repairs, the liability and so on, are all borne upon the county. In this instance, with the concession agreement, the concessionaire brings forward capital. And as such, there would be operations funding as well as a capital investment plan associated with this proposed concession agreement. In doing so, as it's stated in the board report, visitors do come from all over the world to visit the famous track. And while Laguna Seca recreational area brings substantial revenue to local businesses and transient occupancy taxes to the county, it is costly to operate and maintain the property, such as planned and unplanned capital improvements, direct and overhead cost of daily operations, and other unplanned costs, including legal costs for any potential litigation. So this proposed concession agreement seeks to eliminate the burden on the county's general fund. And it's also an opportunity to actuate rehabilitation and rejuvenation of our Laguna Seca recreational area. Also, with the proposed concessionaire agreement, it is to be managed consistent with the U.S. Army deed and the deed restrictions, our use permit, and the historical practices. Thus, there's no proposed changes to the program events being proposed at this time. And so as we go to the next slide, and I will then hand the floor over to our Chief of Parks. For the Boards of Supervisors consideration for today, before you, we ask that you receive and consider a report on the proposed concession agreement, that you provide comments and direction to staff, and potentially that you direct a final agreement be calendared for consideration at the July 11th, 2023 Board of Supervisors meeting with any additions and changes as required by the board or other direction as your board directs. And with that, I hand the floor to our Chief of Parks, Brian Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Flores, for joining us.
Thank you, Director Ishii, Chair, members of the board, members of the public. So the main points of the main concession operational conditions, and these are needed for the concession agreement to go into operational effect. The first would be for the Friends of Laguna Seca to establish a capital expense fund and provide proof that it has deposited $1 million into that fund, that it has $5 million in an operating expense fund, that the county and Friends have agreed to a financial statement detailing the current financial conditions, which staff are currently working on with the management firm. The county would then assign all existing contracts to Friends, effective as the operational date, and that the Secretary of the Interior approve the agreement as outlined in the Army deed, which is one of the considerations that Council is currently working on. Next slide. The proposed concession, the main aspects of it is that the management status, the current management status with A&D, John Norigi, will stay in effect until the operational date. The agreement would have an initial term to expire at the end of the year in 2028. So we're looking at approximately a 4.5 year initial concession, with the provision for 2 extensions. Upon the execution of $10 million in capital improvements or the irrevocable obligation to spend that $10 million, Friends of Laguna Seca would be awarded an additional 25 years to expire in 2053. Further spending of $40 million for capital improvements would then kick that another 25 years to 2078. So all told, approximately a 54.5 year concession if they put forward approximately $50,000.
Million.
No, I'm sorry.
Thousands of bargain.
It's been a long day. Yeah, it's quite a steal. $50 million. Thank you.
Okay.
Super.
There's a lot of zeros missing in your numbers.
Sure, they would like that. And then some of the additional main aspects, the Friends would begin paying a county concession fee equal to 10% of the NOI beginning in year 2028. And this was done in order to allow the Friends to kind of get their feet underneath them to operate the track and start turning a profit. The effective operational date upon the effective operational date, Friends will be solely responsible for all the expenses and management of the Laguna Seca recreation area, with very limited exceptions, such as some of the IT equipment that the county has on site. And at this time, the rifle and pistol range are not part of the concession agreement. The Laguna Seca, the concession agreement would be managed in consistency with the Army deed, the use permit, and the historical practice, which would also include the attendance limitations as well as unlimited sound limitations. And Friends may also acquire personal property for their use at Laguna Seca, such as vehicles, equipment, that at fair market value. Next slide, please. Friends will continue to pay the CalCap charges and any direct charges that are incurred by the department. They'll also have delegated contracting authority for Laguna Seca Recreation Area. They will be held accountable to all laws that the county is currently held accountable to, such as public bidding of projects and things like that. They will endeavor in good faith to engage local civic organizations to provide services such as the volunteers that make the events go around out at the track. Friends will also have the exclusive right to obtain advertising, sponsorship, and naming rights as long as they are in line with county standards and do not reflect poorly upon the county, such as tobacco and things that are currently not allowed. Next slide. They'll be required to use a minimum of 50% of net operating income on capital improvements, and to also develop a facility master plan within 1 year of the operational date. This was done so that they can get in there, see how the operations are going, and to make recommendations in that plan that would benefit the recreational facility. A county supervisor will also be appointed to the Friends of Laguna Seca board in a non-voting status. However, if the county should deem necessary, that status can change to be a voting member. The county will have access to the financial records as well as retain the audit rights. Friends will acquire and maintain appropriate insurance that will be primary to the county's insurance. Of course, there's always could be potential issues with, since it is a county facility, but the insurance will be primary upon Friends of Laguna Seca. Next slide, please. And that concludes our presentation. If you have any questions or comments. We also, I'm sorry, no.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, we also have John Narigi here from A&D Narigi Consulting, as well as Ross Merrill and Bruce Canepa here from Friends of Laguna Seca. And they would also like to say a few words.
Great. Thank you for your presentation on this. A lot of work has come forward. And I'm glad we're taking this a little slowly by kind of airing it out today, kind of giving the details to the public, and then giving an opportunity for the public also weigh in a couple of weeks from now. But I'd love to hear from Mr. Narigi or other representatives of Friends of Laguna Seca.
Leo and members of the board, I really didn't prepare anything, but I can tell you I'm 100% behind this after operating Laguna Seca through a pandemic and through now an 8-month construction project the cost of the operation is tough to swallow. And I have been working side by side with Ross Merrill and Bruce Canepa since this started. And I think I brought this forth to a couple supervisors about 2 years ago that I thought the best answer for Laguna for its future and its economic engine to continue to grow and produce what it does produce for the entire county in direct tax and TOT and is to get some capital funding. When I took on the project, I was very clear that I would not bring any personal capital in, but I would look at it as a business. And that's how I approached it coming out of the hotel business. I'm not a racer. I love racing, but I'm not a big fan of being out on track. But I would strongly urge the board to really consider this concessionaires agreement that's on the table. I plan on staying around. I plan on working with them and being a part of the next few years. I also want to say thank you to the Parks Department. Randy and Brian have both been a breath of fresh air when they took it over in July. And I think we've really worked on things as a team. And I would say it's ran the best it's ran in a number of years because of that. But for the future, the concessionaires agreement with Friends of the Laguna Seca is really the route I would strongly urge you to consider. Thank you.
And Mr. Norichi, since you're up there, the track has been completed and the bridge have been completed as of today, right?
Tomorrow, granite construction pulls out at 5 o'clock.
I'm glad I asked the
It is
question.
officially complete.
Good job.
Thank you.
And the one question did arise was, until this, I mean, we're going to bring this back in July, and if the board approves, there's some conditions precedent, some things that need to happen before the agreement goes into effect. So the question for you would be, would you continue your management until that transition is complete? And those conditions of precedent under this agreement are met. Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I have a question for Mr. Norichi.
Yes, go ahead.
10% of the net operating income will, in 5 years, if this goes through, would come to the Laguna Seca Enterprise Fund and then be available, as I understand it, for the parks. Do you, and your analysis, have a range of or a possibility of ideas what you're thinking your net operating income would be at that point?
I did do some basic homework on some financials that I got out of the county. And if we did privatize it, Laguna Seca can make a profit. Not a huge profit, but it definitely can pay for itself and turn a profit without the overhead that's been placed on it because it is literally under the oversight of county.
Well, we know it's going to have to pay for itself.
Yes.
Because that's what you're going into there. But you don't have a figure, any idea that you of anything approximately you can give to us on what that 10% could be?
Last time I brought up numbers at the podium, I got myself into trouble over a bridge sponsorship.
I understand it's just very general, but
depending on the events and the type of events, we plan on obviously staying involved with the series racing. But I can tell you some of the races are not profitable. Some are break even. And I think that will all be a discussion with friends regarding looking at a different business model. Many of you understood that I was attempting to do a concert cannabis festival. That didn't work out. But I've always felt the recreational area, first of all, it's a park. It can do other types of events. Not everything has to be tied to motorsports. The track rental business is very profitable. So to say at least it should drop about $500,000 a year, I think I would be safe in giving you that number.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you again, board, for your commitment on the bridge and track project.
Thank you
very much so.
Any members of Friends of Laguna Seca? I think that's Mr. Canepa back there. Merrill.
Good afternoon. I'm Ross Merrill. Thank you for the opportunity to come today. First of all, just want to thank the board for your leadership and direction on this matter. It's been a long haul getting here, but we're here. And I'd like to thank staff as well for their time and effort working on the concession agreement that you have. It's been many hours of their work, so appreciate that. The most significant thing and the bottom line for me is this contract will trigger private investment in your park. And together with our assessment and priorities and improvements as we get our feet wet and the improved business model, establishing a calendar of events that are profitable, you should see that profitability increase and the renewal and rejuvenation of the track occur. So again, thank you for that. And that benefits our community and has a definite positive impact on the general fund.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Merrill?
Thank you.
We thank you for engaging in this and bring this forward as well. Anyone else? Mr. Canepa, last shot here. I was at Holy Cross Cemetery in Santa Cruz, saw a lot of Canepa family members there.
Yeah. Not a good place to see him.
But it showed me a lot of history in Santa Cruz, right? Going back generations.
Chair Leo, Board of Supervisors. I can just tell you we're enthused. We know the potential of this facility, having raced at racetracks all over the world. There is not another racetrack that compares to Laguna Seca based on its location, moderate temperatures, everything, all the surrounding amenities. There really isn't. And I've raced at lots of places where we didn't want to go back. And everybody wants to come back to this track. And it's long overdue for a complete rebuilding. And from parking to hospitality to landscaping, it's the kind of facility that should be a 5-star facility. And that's our goal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you, Mr. Canepa.
Thank you.
Now I'm going to take this to the public. Any members of the public would like to comment on this item? I don't see anybody else in chambers that would like to speak. Anybody on Zoom?
Nobody on Zoom.
Okay. All right. Bring this back. Yes. We'll go to County Council. That's Gerard.
Thank you. I'd just like to make a request and a comment. First, let's stop using the word profit. Friends of Laguna Seca is a nonprofit. The county is a nonprofit. We're going to talk about net operating income, which is income over expenses. And I think that's important. And then it's also important to emphasize from the Department of the Interior, they are interested in all aspects of public recreation, and that has to be a focus of what we're doing here. It's not just racing, it's the campgrounds, it's the access to the former Fort Ord National Monument, the biking, like the Sea Otter Classic. So it's all aspects of the operation of Laguna Seca that will be important to the Department of Interior, and we need to stress that. And I know Friends of Laguna Seca is very committed to maximizing those opportunities as well. And I just wanted to state that for the record. Thank you.
And County Council, since you're on the Department of the Interior, if this comes back on July 11th and the board were to provide an approval, any idea of how long one of those conditions that needs to be that we need to one of those conditions that we need to obtain approval is from the Department of Interior, and do any idea of how long that would take?
I currently don't have an estimate. I've been in touch with a representative of the National Park Service in San Francisco, and I've asked him that question. He has not gotten back to me yet. I will continue to bug him about it. If necessary, I'm sure we could bring in our congressional delegation to put some pressure on the Department of Interior to process it.
Great. Just wanted to be clear. There's one more step in the approval process. Okay. So this is just to receive a preliminary report. Do we need a motion on this?
I think we need a motion to give direction to continue moving forward with negotiations with Friends of Laguna Seca to take over, and I would love to make that motion.
Okay. So moved. Second by Lopez.
I think Ms. Askew may have a question.
Yes, we'll go to further discussion. I could go to Supervisor Church or ask you. Who wants to go first? Go ahead.
Supervisor Askew. Okay, great. Thank you. I just have a handful of questions and want to, Mr. Norigi, thank you for stepping in and leading Laguna Seca during an incredibly challenging period of time, I think for reasons that were known when you stepped in, as well as reasons that became known over the course of the last couple of years. I want to thank you for that. And I want to thank my colleagues and Mr. Norigi and our staff for doing the work to sort of help us understand what the bigger picture is and the bigger opportunity that exists with Laguna Seca. The reality is, I think we had a lot of assumptions about finances, at least I did, come coming into sitting on this board, and being able to see that data and make decisions that were based on how do we ensure that this facility is operating in a way that isn't a drain on county resources, but is in fact adding value and the type of value that it really can add, both to the county general bottom line, as well as for the community that relies on the visitors that come to our community to visit Laguna Seca. So I just want to acknowledge all of sort of the players and the context around the conversation today. I did have a couple questions in regards to and I'm just trying to pull up the specific conditions that are listed here. But there's I'm looking at the contract and trying to scroll down. Bear with me. Some questions around the amounts of money that are being talked about to put into the property. And when we talk about like $5 million in the first 5 years and whatever the other amounts are for the beyond that, there are also many buildings and other assets that exist at Laguna Seca. The track has to be repaved every 10 years at a cost of $10 million. The Red Bull Center, the Capital One Center, we have all of these buildings that have value. And I just want to make sure that we're accounting for things like ongoing depreciation expenses in what it is that we're drafting forward, and that we're all on the same page. I think that anything that we're doing moving forward, it's critical that we're on the same page so as to avoid, 5 years from now or 10 years from now when I'm not sitting here, or 20 years from now when, into the future that there's no one coming back and saying, oh, but we thought you were on the hook for this, but we thought you were on the hook for this. So I want to be really clear. So can someone speak to how we're addressing depreciation?
I'll take a stab at it. The draft agreement currently provides that Friends will be obligated to replace the capital assets at the end of their useful life pursuant to the county's depreciation schedule. So that will be their obligation to do that. Now, there may be capital assets that we mutually can decide don't need to be replaced, but basically they'll be obligated to replace capital assets at the end of their useful life pursuant to our schedule.
Okay, and that would be part of the 5 million that's deposited into that's operating fund. That would count towards
the operating fund is for operations. It's like which is different than
the capital expense.
So the 1 million is a condition precedent in a capital expense account that they have to demonstrate as a condition precedent. Then the other
expenditure of capital expense of capital dollars.
And then the other expenditures in there, the 10 million in the first 5 and the 40 in the next 25, those are just triggers for the extensions. That is not the limit of their capital expense obligations pursuant to the balance of the language in the agreement. So all those do is trigger the extensions. Okay. So in my opinion, there's enough language in the draft agreement that will obligate them to keep up the capital assets so we don't get a facility back that's in dilapidated condition.
Right, because I think that's a risk that we run and the risk that we walked ourselves into most recently. And so I would also want to just, for the full sake of disclosure, make sure we're all clear about what that county depreciation schedule looks like, what the dollar amounts are associated with, what the timelines are associated with that, for the sake of clarity. And then the PowerPoint references a facilities master plan so that the $10 million in capital improvements during the term is set forth in the facility master plan, which sounds great, except later we talk about the facilities master plan as something that will be developed in the future. So we don't actually have a facilities master plan that we're referencing for that statement currently.
We do not, but the draft agreement provides that they have to prepare a facility master plan within 1 year of the operational date, and they will have to annually provide the Board of Supervisors with an update on the facility master plan as well as their business plan.
Okay. And so is it safe to assume that facility master plan would be built off of the reports that we received from the current management around the 66 million is the number I had in my mind of deferred maintenance? Would that be used to build out that? And that facilities master plan would also include anything in the depreciation schedule?
I think our discussions with the Friends indicates that they're going to take that first year to do their own assessment
Their own
about the needs at the facility. There have been previous assessments, but I think it's good that they will do a new one and present it to you. And I'd also point out the master plan will have to have what's called a short-term capital improvement program. And in the first year, they'll have to identify things that need immediate repairs and address those. So there's like a 3-stage capital improvement plan, if you will. There's the immediate repairs, there's the short-term, which, is several years capital improvement plan. And then there's the long-term vision for how you want the facility to look and operate like.
Okay, so that would
And
all.
I'd ask Mr. Merrill if I'm misspeaking on any of this.
Okay. And then when we're talking about also another bullet on here, I was looking for the one that had numbers on it, but the county concession fee equal to 10% of net operating income beginning calendar year 2028. And I'm assuming that would be based on an audited financial statement.
That will be based on the financial statements. We'll be discussing audited versus reviewed with the Friends tomorrow.
Okay. And I talked about facilities master plan. And then since you brought it up, Mr. Narigi, I'm just going to be again clear. So the sponsorships that we're expecting to support the bridge and track repavement, those are separate from, that would remain separate from the initial anything associated here with Friends of Laguna Seca's commitments?
That is the obligation of A&D Narigi Consulting, not Friends of Laguna Seca. Now, Friends of Laguna Seca may help him out at the end of the day, but we're reviewing a potential agreement right now that may satisfy that obligation. But that is Mr. A&D Narigi Consulting's obligation, not the Friends obligation.
Okay, got it. Very good. Thank you. Those were my questions. But otherwise, I think that what's outlined here addresses many of the things that I've raised as concerns since I've joined the board. It provides some protection for the county in terms of needing to use general fund dollars to subsidize the operations and make maintenance, ongoing maintenance issues at Laguna Seca. It brings in some folks who are really excited about, leaning in and building out this asset. I think that it protects some of the concerns I've heard from District 5 residents who are worried about intensification of use in an immediate term. So that's addressed in here, and I appreciate that. I do look forward to continuing to hear input from the community now that, we've sort of been out here today and bringing this back for the board. But it definitely provides a potential path forward for the county to maximize the value that Laguna Seca poses to our economy and our destination vacation spot.
Thank you. Supervisor Church. Sure.
It's been a long-term concern of mine has been with Supervisors ask you that Laguna Seca has been pulling funds out of the general fund and just out of county services and money that could go to county infrastructure. And, I was running for this office last year. I brought up a lot of times that the real solution to get out is to do what we're doing here, is to put a long-term plan in effect. So I'm very supportive of that concept. And and that it's that the other advantage is that it's going to provide, it looks like, some money also to help our parks. So that's a very, very good plus. A couple of concerns I had with it is the 10 million, the 40 million that's going to be added in over the next decades. It really doesn't have any inflation safeguards. So 40 million, 40, 50 years from now or less, or whenever it's used, isn't going to have the same impact as $40 million today. It's just, all you have to do is look at gasoline. 50 years ago, it was 50 cents a gallon. And now it's a little bit more expensive than that. So I don't know what $40 million will be worth, but I can go past that. My bigger concern is that we really don't, we sign on to this, and for the next 55 years, we don't have any control over it. There's not a way out in case something should deteriorate. And with the people that are here now, I think we're all in understanding, but 25 years from now, I doubt if, any of us are going to be on this board of supervisors, or at least I surely hope my younger colleagues will have gone on with their lives in other ways at this point. And I doubt if any of the friends of Laguna Seca will be around. And I don't know, at that point, what concerns me is that there could be a misunderstanding that develops at some point, and there could be friction then, and yet there'd be another 25, 30, or 20 years, whatever it will be, left into this deal. And I don't like to bind future leaders of this county, future leaders in the community of Laguna Seca, or just the future generations in this county to such a long-term contract with it's a little too ironclad for me. That's really where my concern really rests at this point. Outside of that, I think this is really a direction to go.
All right. Thank you very much. Any other last comments before we got other agenda items here? I think we have a motion and a second. I want to applaud this effort. I think this is something that we've been through. It seems like going around in circles before, asking for potential other models to better run Laguna Seca. And this is what we had hoped for several years back. And finally, it's here. And those conditions precedent are going to really have to show the community that some resources have to be put up front and that the transition will happen. But I think this is something that we could look forward to. It's a different vision, I think a better vision for our county. And then I think our county council has put in language to address concerns if things were not to go as originally planned as well. So I look forward to receiving this back in 2 weeks and provide the public another opportunity to weigh in, provide input. But I want to thank all the work that has been done so far here. So with that,
just one point of information, just it'll still come back in 2 weeks, and for that would be when a final approval would be taking place. Is that correct?
For consideration of final
approval at that point. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Lopez, you got your mic on. Okay,
I was waiting to vote.
Oh, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those against, motion carries 5-0. We'll see you in 2 weeks. Thank you.
And could we make sure that the draft concessionaire agreement and 4.11 mentions the business plan that was presented? Can we make sure that a copy of that's attached to the item next week?
They don't.
We don't have it yet.
A business plan, not the facilities plan. Mm-hmm.
That was what they presented last November. And so we can
could make sure that just a copy of that is attached. So it's all with the board item when this returns.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Moving on. We're on item 27, other board matters. This is an item to appoint one member of the Board of Supervisors to serve on the Workforce Development Board effective upon appointment through December 31st, 2023. And somebody present on this?
I'll take a stab at it if nobody else is. So,
because then I have who's presenting.
Right. So earlier today, you had a consideration of appointing Supervisor Church to the Groundwater Sustainability Agency Board of Directors. Supervisor Alejo indicated he does not want to continue to serve in that position, but he is interested in being appointed to the Workforce Development Board in lieu of Supervisor Church, who is the current appointee. So that would be the action before you today, is to basically substitute Supervisor Alejo on that board for Supervisor Church.
Thank you. Can we entertain a motion?
I shall move to appoint Supervisor Alejo to the Workforce Development Committee.
Thank you.
Happy to second.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. And I just wanted to say I'm looking forward to this only because there's such a large young workforce population in Salinas, but I know it's critical all over the county. And I look forward just to being in one of those new areas to focus on moving forward. So there's been a motion and second. Is there any public comments on this item? See none. Anybody on Zoom?
No, nobody on Zoom.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, the motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Let's go to CAO officer comments.
A couple of things to
discussed or just mentioned this afternoon, there was a comment made earlier today about the balance that was remaining from fiscal year 2021-22. And the balance was incorrectly reported by our auditor, and she's aware what the correction needed to be made. The balance is $4,012,726, with the portion that was to be set aside for the sheriff's department for that overage. It would bring it down to approximately $1 million. So that's what places us in that 900,000. The difference between the amount that was quoted and this amount was that it didn't account for an adjustment and loss reversal, and also assignments that were authorized by the board. That it was an amount that was reported in the annual comprehensive financial report, but didn't account for those decreases. In addition, going forward, my intent in the coming months is to start taking a look at potentially, planning on the revision or an update to the strategic initiatives as we gear up for budget year 24-25. And then I've continued my visits to community. I did get a chance to join Supervisor Church out in a town hall in Prunedale, and then traveled down to South Valley to have a quick lunch with Sandra, who is nearing the end of Sandra's month with his office. So if you haven't had a chance, maybe just reach out, because she is on the final days here. And I know she has a birthday right at the beginning of July as well. And then we did extend the non-congregate shelter for our Pajaro families. We are working with California Office of Emergency Services and FEMA. And as we are going forward, they understand that there is no housing really to shift our folks to at this time for a more permanent stay, but we are working to try to ensure that those that are able to return home are returning home. And that includes individuals that we were housing that are from the rescue mission within the community of Pajaro. And lastly, we are working with departments to be more collaborative and engaging when it comes to different projects that we have going on. So just know that those are things that we're working on. And as we see opportunities to bring departments together for different collaborative projects, we are doing that as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have no new referrals on item 29. So we're going to item 30, general plan housing element 6 cycle update. This is a referral by Supervisor Askew. We have a presentation by Craig Spencer, HCD Director.
Supervisor, it's been a long day, so I may skip over some of these slides. This is a preliminary response to a referral submitted by Supervisor Askew on the housing element status and guiding principles. So housing and community development is in the process of updating the housing element of the general plan. It's one of the mandatory elements of a general plan. It's mandated by state law to be updated every 8 years. And it does require certification by state housing and community development before it can become effective locally. There are a number of mandatory components of a housing element. There's probably 30 pages dedicated to housing element requirements in state law alone. In addition to that, there are about 150 pages of technical guidance published by Housing and Community Development at the state level. So there's a lot of information about what criteria and what things need to go into creation of a housing element. So far, HCD has done all the data and background research. We've done our housing condition surveys in various areas of the county. That was a collaborative effort of the staff at HCD, and I want to thank all of them for all that work. We have had 2 community meetings. Supervisor Alejo was kind enough to introduce one of our last meeting where we talked about the draft sites inventory. We've had a number of pop-ups and displays at libraries and outside and various farmers markets and things of that sort to engage people. We've had online presence and questionnaires to get feedback. And we've had focused stakeholder meetings with housing groups, housing advocates, and interested members of the public. We now are in the process of reviewing administrative drafts of various sections of the housing element. And it's been a very focused effort. We've had just over a year since we were given our regional housing needs allocation through the Association of Monterey Bay Area Governments, AMBAG. And according to state law, we have these mandatory timelines that we have to meet. And they mandate that we have it in place by the end of the year, but there is some other provisions that I'll get to in a moment. Part of the referral was development of guiding principles for the development of housing element. As I mentioned, there's planning and zoning law, or the California Government Code, that dedicates 30 plus pages of law on, at least in the book I have, depends on what page you're looking at, on what needs to be included as part of a housing element in order to get certified by Housing and Community Development. There is this new requirement that was part of Assembly Bill 686 to include a new section of your housing element that is affirmatively furthering fair housing. And that actually translates to a number of the other required sections of the housing element that need to be developed. That includes sites inventory and things of that sort. We have the 150 pages of technical guidance by HCD on every step of the process. And of course, we're always wanting to implement sound planning principles as we proceed. In the development of this housing element update, we've identified what projects we have in the pipeline, where our general plan says we are going to grow, what our constraints are from fire, flood, water, sewer, all of the constraints that the county has that you're all very well aware of now. And the distribution of housing, trying to affirmatively further fair housing and place housing of various types across all areas of the county, and providing more opportunities for low-income housing in higher resource areas. Obviously, public engagement has been a big one as well. So that's been guiding our process. It's really very focused on our need to have this document certified by HCD and get it all done in a short amount of time. The time is important, and I have to address this. We, like more than half of the other jurisdictions in California, are behind in our schedule to get this adopted before the end of the year. We've got 2.5 full-time staff working on this and a consultant most days of the week. So we're responding to all the data needs. We're doing all the public outreach. We're thinking steps ahead. We're reviewing chapters. We're working on a number of things to try and keep this moving. But once the draft is reviewed, it needs to be published for 30 days for public review and comment. Following, and we plan to bring those to workshops, various technical advisory committees. Following that, we need to submit that first draft to Housing and Community Development for a minimum 90-day review. That's the first review by HCD at the state level. That's more time than they've had in the past to review the draft housing elements. So these are now mandates that are extending the timelines that are out of our control, while we are not given more time to develop the plan and meet all of these requirements. So once we receive the initial comments from state HCD on that 90-day review timeline, we expect winter of this year. We then have to respond to them, make revisions to our plan, update the element, have another 7-day posting, and resubmit for a second review by HCD. That is a 60-day timeframe. All of that occurs before going to the Planning Commission and the board for adoption. So that is leading us into probably mid 2024, which is beyond the safe harbor period. So we're doing our best to continue moving this forward as swiftly as possible, but we're not alone in this struggle. Most of the other jurisdictions within California are facing a similar issue. I've mentioned all this, all the new information and the extended timelines that have impacted our ability to get the housing element in place and meet all the state mandated timelines. And so this is a preliminary response to the referral. Just receive the referral and provide any direction you may have to staff. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's open up for questions from supervisors. Supervisor Adams.
I have a question. I just don't quite, so at any rate, here's my question. Within the notes, it indicates that when we're at the time that the final draft housing element is ready to be kind of, taken around, it goes to the Airport Land Use Commission for a consistency determination. And I'm just curious, why would it go to the airport? Unless it's going to fly out someplace.
There are various laws about the Airport Land Use Commission needing to find our general plan and zoning ordinances consistent with their purposes. Not only that, but one of our inventory sites is the Tarpey Flats area within the basic boundaries of needing referral from Monterey Airport.
Huh. It's just, it seems like there are a lot of, like Tampsey might be, something that would be logical. But at any rate, I was just kind of curious about that. And I know that my team is working on a date so that we can have a workshop, an update workshop in District 5 so that we can get the locals' input and provide feedback. So thank you for having your staff cooperate with us to make that happen.
You're welcome. Thank you. Supervisor Askew.
Thank you. And thank you for delaying the referral as well when I needed to step aside. But I guess I just, this is the housing element. We talk about housing. We talk about the need for housing. It's, it is a huge priority across the board. It's the thing that we hear about from our residents, probably for me more than anything else. And this is really sort of that space where we as a board get to give direction or, into a plan that guides how easy or difficult it is for developers to come into Monterey County and our unincorporated communities and add the housing that we know we need to have added. And so I feel like it's an important time for us to engage in some conversation and work with our staff. I don't want there to be some situation where we're left with a rubber, we're out of time and you have to rubber stamp this, whatever's in front of you. It's just got to get done. And so that's why I put the referral forward, because I thought it was important that we get an update, that we talk about where we're at, and that we, to the degree that it's possible within the timeframe that staff is working on, give some clear guidance as to what the principles are that we want to make sure are being incorporated into this. I think by and large, the things that I'm asking for, are being thought about, but I don't know if they've been articulated. So I wanted to just articulate them clearly so that, and if there's disagreement now, better to have that disagreement now so that we can sort out where we go and we're giving clear direction to staff. But I think that the goal, and one of the goals that I have as I think about the housing element and where we're identifying the opportunity sites to fulfill our requirements, is to look at density that is sufficient to protect sprawl out onto a prime ag land, sprawl out into communities that haven't been already developed, especially in the unincorporated areas when we're talking about meeting our RHNA figures. The access to transportation, access to other resources like schools and groceries and doctors' offices requires us to keep development within existing footprints as much as possible. And so that's something that I would have as a priority for me as I look at where we identify our opportunity sites. And that gets to, what are the density levels that we're talking about allowing? I think our current housing element has a max housing density, even for our most desirable sites, that is lower than that would allow us to qualify for automatic RHNA credits. which is counterproductive to what I think we're trying to do. So I just want to call that out and say I would hope that we can, think about how we plan for density so as to protect undeveloped, productive undeveloped land into the future. I think that, to the degree that the housing element has policies that streamline, we hear from our developer friends often, like there's too many barriers. Like, how do you streamline this so that I know what I'm dealing with and I can walk in, I can build out a project and I know what the finances are, to the degree that we can find those opportunities to streamline the permitting process and reduce or clarify what the requirements are for anyone that wants to come in and build according to our housing element. I think that's something I'd like to see happen. The fair housing requirements require us to integrate affordable housing into high opportunity areas. And that's a challenge, but for me, that's definitely something I want to articulate. We have so much research that says if you can get a child from a low income family and living in a high income zip code, that zip code and that opportunity to everything, the schools, the resources around that child are going to be significant in changing their future. So to the degree that we're able to make sure that we have low income housing centered in those communities where we have high opportunity is something that I want to make sure we're prioritizing. And then investing in our lower resource communities, which I know is something you're also working on, but I just want to say it. So as we think about where do we put our lower income RENA figures versus our market rate, plan for market rate housing, that we're not centralizing everything. We're planning for market rate housing in communities that really need to benefit from those property tax infusions and other resources that come with development in those communities. And then the last one that I skipped over here, looking at, and the county doesn't really plan for annexations, but if there are annexations of land that we're going to have to change zoning for, that we're thinking about that sort of in a staged manner as we move forward. And I think those were the sort of the big picture principles that I was wanting to make sure were on record. And hopefully that my colleagues are supportive of. I think they're generally things that we've talked about and that we do talk about. But like I said, we haven't really had a chance to engage in the dialogue in a significant way, and we won't until it's sort of that time where we're like, hey, we've got to close the deal on this. Let's get it done. So for discussion, I will open that.
Thank you, Supervisor Askew. Anyone on this side? Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I appreciate those thoughts. I think without having them written down, it's kind of hard to, say, hey, I'm fully on board. And with most of them, they sound about right. I think I have some challenges just given recent conversations around density. And I know that can be defined 1,000 different ways, right? And so I think that's the one that stood out to me, just as it raised more questions than it answered, right? As a guiding principle, it gets really, I think, contentious in how it gets defined and what that means for our communities. Having seen the survey that staff is preparing, there's only 2 sites really in my communities that were identified, 2 regions, and those are Chular and Greenfield. And it's hard to look at a list like that and say, hey, it's time to put in more thoughts about access to resources, because those are the places it does not exist. Those don't exist, but it is the place where I'm being told this is where opportunities are, right? And when we look at growth outside of where we can get RENA allocations, which means primarily city growth and annexation. I mean, that's the other side of the coin, where we're already seeing kind of those fights play out. And we've got those cities that want to serve the needs of our communities, yet it's not voices from our communities that are being heard. And that's really difficult for me in that process. And so I think that the principle that I would love to see in there is that local communities are heard specifically in the process about their region, right? That value about who we are as a community, whether you're talking about Gonzales, King City, Soledad, Greenfield, Chular, is valued. And I think that that's a big piece that's missing. I can tell you I have cafecitos, which I keep getting pressure from our CAO. She wants in on them with the community in Chular. And they're really upset that there's not more housing there. They don't fully understand how it plays out. And every week that we're there, we try to kind of clarify how that works. And, the private side versus the government side, and who controls and to what degree, and what's been approved, what's not moving, and why. And I'll tell you, they're not looking for density. And that's hard because that's that community speaking really loud saying, we've got 4 generations living in a household. We can afford to go somewhere, but we love Chula and we want to be here. But my son, who's a CPA, is living here with his wife and he makes really good money. He needs to move out, but he doesn't want to leave Chula. But we have pride in our little communities. And so it's some of those voices that I want to be heard. And it's hard to make sure that they come through, especially when, I mean, let's be frank, we just went through a boom period as a country, and we didn't see that or feel that in my communities, right? In the Salinas Valley, we weren't an attractive place to do business. Speaking to that point about fast tracking or streamlining or whatever term you want to use, that to me, I agree should be a key principle about how we move that forward. But it's hard for me to say that knowing that there's really only 2 spots on the map that fit for me, right?
Yeah.
But big picture, the challenge that we're trying to solve is a housing crisis, and it is a crisis. And the families who are impacted aren't just those double, triple, quadrupled up in a household. They're those living in their cars, living in their river right now in my communities, whether you're talking about King City or Soledad under the bridges along 101. We can't just keep triaging. You gotta plan for real scale. And by scale, I don't mean just meeting our RHNA figures. It's about exceeding them to truly meet the demand. And I want to fit who we need to serve, who are the people who live and work in this valley. And that was my comments earlier on the Joby piece as well. We need to meet everybody's needs, but in that we have to respect the voice of the communities and hear them and not impose our will upon them. Mm-hmm. And I think that has to be a key principle in whatever we lay out, because all too often I hear voices who aren't from my communities speaking the loudest in those meetings. And that to me is a key concern. So I wanted to reiterate that one at the end. But thank you for your work.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Church.
Yeah, it's housing is really essential. We've grown over the decades into a worse and worse situation where it's become unaffordable. It's become harder to find, and I try to think outside the box on a lot of things, and I don't think it's coincidental that we're really building, as I kind of pointed out at times, that we're building the wrong kind of houses to be affordable. We build 2,000, 2,500 square foot homes. We don't build 800,000, 1,200 square foot homes. I live in a 1,200 square foot home built in 1959. It's perfectly fine. We don't build 2-bedroom homes anymore because they don't appreciate enough. But that's contrary to the whole idea of being affordable. And yet, the way the policies are down from the state, we have to put deed restrictions. And yet, but deed restrictions because you have these big homes that can appreciate. And for working people to get into these homes, then there's 3 or 4 families in there. Because for one of them to have that home, it's not just expensive in the rent, it's expensive to operate, to heat, to take care of. So, my frustration as coming in and seeing on this process is I see a lot of institutional problems, not just, from the state, but from us as well. When houses are being built, we're charging, fees based on a dwelling, not by the size. There's a lot of steps we can take. And I know inclusionary housing is going to be coming up as an ordinance at some time. And I've been very critical of the way it's drafted now, because it's drafted where the inclusionary housing has to look the same as your market rate homes. And it's just contrary. It puts a burden on builders, and it discourages the building of affordable homes. So that's just my 2 cents here.
Thank you. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. I so agree with everything that's being said. I also am conscious of the problem that we have of ensuring that we develop with a deft hand. I totally agree that we have to build the houses that people need, the kinds of houses that people need, and that we don't do it in a sprawling way, and that we don't do it on ag land. Because if we do, then there aren't going to be the jobs that we need. We're not going to have the economic base that we need to be able to survive. We'll look like Orange County. And, I don't think anybody wants to see that. I think though, when you said something, Glenn, about it's being an institutional issue, it's also a societal issue. I don't think that we are getting the message across as well as we ought to, as well as we should, as leaders of our community, about what it is that we expect from the people who are putting the housing in. What do we want and what do we expect? I am sorry to say that I think that the Chispa and Eden and Mid-Penn are probably better suited for the kind of development that we need, because they don't have profit as a driving force. And I'm not against profit. I'm not at all. But as you both had said, it's expensive to build. But if we have people who are building with the nonprofit model, at least it is a little bit more tenable. The ability, though, to translate all of that into people's acceptance, I think, is difficult. And that's why I say I think it's a societal problem as well as an institutional problem. We also have a society, our county is just getting further and further divided as far as the haves and the have-nots. The gap is just getting wider and wider and wider. I walk through my own neighborhood and many of the places are just empty. There's a beautiful big house that was built around the corner from where I live. Gorgeous. It's been occupied 3 times in the last 2 years. Really? I just feel like I don't even know what to say except that it doesn't seem right. So.
All right. And now I would add my comments before we take it for public comments. I would just add, it's certainly a different role than housing. Our RENA numbers are 3 times what they were the last time around. Monterey County's RENA numbers for this year, 2023 through 2031, are 20,295 units that we have to meet. And we're not going to do that all by infill. We're not going to do that all by depending on the small projects, relatively small projects from Mid-Penn or Eden Housing or Chispa. Their projects take a long time because they depend a lot on these tax credits to come through. And for example, the Castroville project, it's been in the works for years, and they just haven't been able to make it pencil out. Not to mention the highway issues there. So I look at these numbers. We're talking about removing barriers to housing. You see, just like with the city of Salinas alone, out of all the cities, they have the largest goal to build. We have 3,326 houses we have to build in the next 8 years. They have 6,674. Then it's followed by Monterey, City of Monterey at 3,654. And then Gonzales is next with almost 1,300 units of housing. Really big goals for this all. And now the governor and the new legislation tying consequences to not meeting your RENA numbers with other housing and transportation and other dollars that come through to Monterey County. So in this process of developing the housing element, obviously these numbers are clear, right? They're a guide for us, right? Obviously, because we have to, I think, be more ambitious and think more outside the box and be realistic. If we're going to achieve these goals, we're going to have to show some more leadership here. And in our housing element process, are we talking to the other 12 cities, just in terms of all of us, all local governments in Monterey County being able to achieve these numbers over the next year, or are we simply focusing on the unincorporated portions of Monterey County in our housing element?
We've talked to some of the cities. So Supervisor Lopez mentioned some sites outside of Greenfield. They're actually being removed. We have memorandums of understanding with most of the cities in the Salinas Valley, and they have some issues with the RENA numbers they've been given already, and aren't our MOU requires that we annex land and within their sphere of influence into their boundaries before they're developed anyway. So we're catching things like that, but we haven't had a larger coordination with all of the cities.
Right. And because some of these jurisdictions, there's a possibility for Monterey County to perhaps share in some of those RENA numbers so that they can meet their goals and meet ours. But the RENA numbers, I want to be clear, the RENA numbers aren't just, they're not the ceiling, they're the
Right.
floor, right? These are the minimum the county, that the state is imposing on the county, but we could exceed that if we desire and we have the will to do that.
Yeah, actually the draft sites inventory that's been made public and is on our website accounts for over 5,000 units, which is well over the 3,300 units in our arena. And that is both mandatory for some percentage of it and strategic, and also, planning for more than what is needed from our staff perspective. When things like our discussion with Greenfield come up, or we're adding and subtracting as we go, essentially. But we do plan for more housing than is required, and we're required to plan for, I think, 20% more than our RENA in order to have our housing element certified in the first place.
Right. That's good to hear, and that's being taken into account. I know a few months ago we applied for the pro housing designation. We didn't get approved yet on that. Is there more work that we need to do that could be addressed in the housing element that could help us achieve that status, which could bring some additional resources to our county?
Yes. I haven't looked at it for some time, but I think there were some recommendations coming back about making some changes to the way we consider housing applications.
Great, and the ADU issue is coming back to us too. And another one of those things that it's not the answer, but it's part of getting to achieve those additional units in our arena count.
Yes, that will all be part of the implementation and follow-up anyway. For housing, there are other state laws like modifying our zoning ordinance to allow more housing opportunities in commercial districts that are underutilized at the moment, particularly in highway corridors. So we do plan to bring forward a number of things that aren't just the sites we've identified as potentially having housing on them to meet our arena needs, but a number of things that are constraints to building housing throughout the county, and promoting ADUs as a way, and we can actually count ADUs for some of our arena as well. So
great.
That will all be part of it. Yes.
All right. Awesome. Everybody's spoken. So I want to go to the public. Do you see if any members of the public would like to comment on this, and then we'll bring it back for further discussion from the board. And I don't see anybody in chambers, so we'll just go to anybody online.
Yes. So on Zoom, we have Gary Curcio.
We'll allow 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Lopez and other supervisors. This is Gary Curcio. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for the Monterey County Hospitality Association. I reviewed the Land Watch recommendations, and let me be clear. MCHA strongly supports all levels of affordable and workforce housing and agrees that employees are far better served living closer to their place of employment. We do not agree that limiting annexation to sites needed in the current cycle, as presented by Landwatch, represent the best interest of our employees. Further, we cannot support any outside group that sets dictatorial guidelines on elected officials. The solutions cannot be accomplished with a one-size-fits-all mandate applied to all our cities as well as the unincorporated areas. These decisions should be determined by receiving input from residents, business, staff, and elected officials from each jurisdiction. We ask that this board act in the best interest of its constituents and not be misled by any dictatorial guidelines put forth by any group. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, we have Cesar Lara.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors. Cesar Lara with the Monterey Bay Central Labor Council, and hope you all received the letter that I submitted. But wanted to make sure that the housing element is one of those critical documents, just like the general plan and other documents that really look at the future of our county. Through the lens of just the unincorporated area, but like it was said earlier by Chair Alejo, there's leadership that the County of Monterey could do with the other jurisdictions, and really want to advocate that you really center working families in anything that you do. And so I'm hoping that you all reviewed the letter that we submitted and really look at this as a crisis, because in Monterey County, housing, we're at a critical point, and we have to take into consideration any housing element you do, the impact on local employment, impact on local wages and benefit levels, including the construction of whatever housing is done. And I know this is just a planning document in the housing element, but this needs to be taken into consideration, including the scope of career ladders in the things that you do, and look into community benefit agreements. But as we tackle many critical issues, just like when we have conversation around healthcare, childcare, immigration, and the future of work in the Monterey Bay area, we have to remember 2/3 of all jobs in Monterey County are in hospitality and ag. And, I have teachers living in cars. I have, essential workers, not being able to find housing. We're losing talented youth that go to college and never come back, or other means. So I'm looking forward to meet individually with each of the supervisors and ask that you review and really have critical view about what is critical infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lara. Anyone else?
Yes, Mr. Michael Delapa.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Mike Delapa here, Executive Director of Land Watch, Monterey County. I want to thank Supervisor Root Askew for referring this matter to the board. 2 weeks ago, I made the point that we need to know why before we decide where. And I asked that you schedule a future meeting to review and adopt the housing principles that Land Watch developed in collaboration with the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership, the Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce, and a wide variety of community leaders. So I want to thank you for beginning that discussion. The principles provide guidance to your staff and the community on how to direct housing to locations with safe and sufficient drinking water, sewer capacity, roads, and other infrastructure, and also in close proximity to public services, such as school, fire, police, and private amenities like shopping centers. Land Watch's review of the county's public draft site inventory that has been mentioned reveals the importance of establishing thoughtful planning principles prior to identifying sites. The draft inventory as it exists lacks a lot of key data, including a discussion of infrastructure availability. So the principles we developed with these other partners can help the county with affordability, sustainability, and integration of people of different incomes into the same community. We really hope you take a look at them and you consider that they were carefully crafted. There's nothing dictatorial about them. They build on a lot of the policies in your existing general plan and make it clearer about how to achieve affordability. And I should mention, when the average price of a house in the county is $900,000 and the median income is $78,000, you've got to build more apartments. I mean, that's just absolutely clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to see if there's any other comments on Zoom.
Yes, lastly, we have John Hale.
Good evening, supervisors and gathered people. I just am really happy to hear so much concurrence amongst the supervisors on so many of the issues related to RENA. But I will say this, having done a pretty thorough study of my own area where I live in Carmel Valley and serve on the Carmel Valley Association board, the time to fix the RENA roof is when the sun is shining, and the sun is currently shining. So one of my main appeals is to the Board of Supervisors to dedicate manpower and motivation for the HCD staff and let them have more full-time people or work more with their consultants to investigate all the possible sites and not just the ones that meet the state criteria. We've got a lot of places that are small, and I liked what Supervisor Church talked about, building smaller. I liked what Supervisor Lopez said about the density and how much local communities need to be heard, and that's going to cost time and money for HCD staff to get out and meet with people in the local use areas. And I highly recommend that the board direct staff to hire on more people if necessary to run these meetings, but to have them soon in the next month or two, and to not have to scramble, go for the 120-day Hail Mary, or worse yet, wait for the state to come in and tell us where things will be built. So thank you all very much for all the time and effort and energy you're putting into this. We appreciate the difficult task it is to match sites to the numbers that are required, both in the cities and countywide. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else?
That is it.
Okay, we'll bring this back to staff to respond to any of the public comments. Greg Spencer.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and be happy to share what we've come up with so far with any one of the supervisors at any point. I would ask that obviously HCD will follow the direction of the board, but I would ask that we not have to come back with guiding principles at the risk of not. I think Landwatch has done a great job and provided a lot of good suggestions that we've incorporated in our process, but they have not always been advocates for housing. In fact, it's been a lot of the opposite in my experience, and it's not Mr. DeLappa, but that the guiding principles for those purposes would not, I think, serve us in what we're trying to accomplish from what I heard from the board today. Although we will do guiding principles, we would like our opportunity to do them ourselves if that is the direction of the board.
Just a clarifying point.
Yes.
So you'd like to, I heard a couple different things. You'd like to take sort of what you heard here and put that into sort of a set of principles that we've shared. And some of the principles that I mentioned, among others, were from the work that Landwatch and MBEP and the Chamber have done in partnership with one another. So are you saying you don't agree with those comments that I made and you'd like to include the others, or you'd like to include everything that was shared here today?
I would like the ability to come back with staff recommended principles if the board wants principles adopted or considered. I think my fear with adopting the principles that have been put forward, if that were to be considered, is that they would then be used to negotiate various sites and whether or not they're appropriate. And given our timeline and the place we're at now and what that might do for us is a little unclear to me. So I'd like the opportunity for us to go back and consider all of that. We will certainly incorporate a lot of what is already there. And I think we're already actually doing a lot of what is already there.
I think we are as well.
Yes. Okay.
So, and I think my intention wasn't to say, let's develop, take these principles and this is what needs to be adopted. My really intention is we as a board, haven't had an opportunity to have this conversation. I as the board haven't had the opportunity to hear from Supervisor Lopez saying, it's going to be a challenge. Not to put words in your mouth, but it's going to be a challenge to tell my community that the arena requires us to do this when what you really tell me you want is this. And it's going to be a challenge in Carmel Valley to say, this is a high opportunity area, and this is where we need to put additional affordable units. Right? There are very real tensions that exist in what we're trying to do to move things forward. But, the comments that Supervisor Alejo said, that we're going to have to provide leadership because there is a crisis, and we don't get there's going to be that tension between what a community wants or thinks that they want, and what we as a county are mandated now to fulfill in terms of ensuring that everyone has a place to sleep at night, and that our housing market needs to serve the community that actually does live and work here. Like those aren't going to be easy things to negotiate. And I wanted to make sure that we were having a chance to have that conversation, that our staff had a chance to hear from us. Clearly, if there were things that we were fundamentally opposed to, that I was hearing someone say, we would have a chance to engage in that before we, finalize out what's coming before us. So I understand, Craig, the timeline that you were under and the pressure that you were under. We didn't even talk about, builder's remedy or anything that happens when we don't meet these timelines. But I want to make sure you stay on timeline. I want to make sure that you know where we're at clearly. And as we continue moving forward, I don't think I want to create more work for you, but I did want to make sure that we had a chance to have some open dialogue amongst ourselves.
Yeah, thank you. And I am not I should retract my previous statements. I do think that the guiding principles are great, and what we heard today is very useful, and we will take that and we will implement that. And I didn't mention the builder's remedies, but that may not be the worst thing. We'll see.
Thank you. Anyone else? And I would just thank you for the process, and I know you're going to keep getting more input as you have more of the housing element workshops in the county. But I want to support you in moving this forward. Yesterday, I think the Low Income Housing Council released a report, and nationally, Monterey County was number 4 on the most expensive places to rent. Monterey County had a 36% rent spikes from one year to another. And that was real. That's real. If a family got a small pay raise, well, that rent spike just ate it all up. And as long as we're not building more homes, it's harder for and apartments. I agree. We need a mix, but people want to realize the American dream of owning a home, and there's some that want to be able to have affordable places to rent as well. And so we need a mix of all different types of housing stock in our county. And I want to make sure that in our housing element that we're aligned with the ambitious goals the state has set up for us, so that we're set up to achieve it rather than setting us up to fail. And in many times, the housing seems like a really lofty goal but when it comes to particular projects, then that's where we get the NIMBYism and the opposition and trying to stop water from make that goes along with building housing in our county. So I want to make sure that our housing element is set up to have us achieve our goals rather than trying to hinder them, because there is more consequences this time around. If there's no other comments, this was just the preliminary report. This will come back to us. Mr. Spencer, any timeline in the fall?
I believe September.
Okay.
I don't have my presentation up. I think it was September, October.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. I don't think no action is needed. This is the first preliminary report, so I appreciate your work on this.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we're going to board comments. Let's start this week with Supervisor Church and move this way.
As Sonia pointed out, we had a very nice town hall in Prunedale last week. It had a number of people from the county there and from North County Fire, and took a lot of questions, very friendly questions. A lot of good information went out and had a lot of good feedback from that. My next one up is one that's going to focus on Oak Hills, like on July 13th, as I try to do one of these a month somewhere. And I, just want to, wish everybody a happy 4th of July as well. And please go enjoy our parks, because they're free and they're wonderful and are very special, from the lakes down south all the way up to the very first park was started in 1966 at Royal Oaks, which I still have memories of being at, which shows you I was about 7 and spry and innocent then. Let's see. Also went to the last thing I'll point out is I went to pet adoption event at Creek Bridge on Saturday. It was really, really good to see the Hitchcock Road Animal Services out there. And my biggest concern was that one of my staff members, Leonie Gray, was going to bring back a dog for an office pet. But fortunately, we averted that. And that is all I'll say.
So no pet adoption. Next time.
It would be great.
Supervisor Lopez.
Well, I'll start there then. Monica in my office had the opportunity to attend the SCAR fundraiser this last weekend, and on her table was a centerpiece with the dog she just adopted. It was a failed foster, I think is what they refer to it as. So congratulations to Monica and Cody on the addition of Lizzo. Lizzo is now part of the family. But congratulations to SCAR as well. And I want to thank them for all the work they do in our communities in South County to make sure pets get loved the way they should and that spay and neuter happens as well. Today was the official change of command at 400 Liggett with Colonel Lisa Lamb handing over the flag of responsibility to the new Colonel Trotter. So I want to welcome him to our communities and look forward to his continued leadership in our community as we look to solve some of the big problems that we have in Southern Monterey County, specifically Halone Road. There's a commitment to continue working together there already from some of our early meetings. So I want to welcome him and thank Colonel Lamb, who we passed a resolution for last week, for her service to the residents of Monterey County and to our military and nation. I also want to share that this 4th of July is going to be a big one in South County. There'll be events in every community in Southern Monterey County. You can start early at 400 Liggett for Freedom Fest, which is on July 1st. July 3rd will be the 3rd will be the fireworks in the park in King City. And then the other communities will have their fireworks on the 4th. So big parade in King City this year as well. Welcome everybody out to join us for those community events. Want to have one more here and try not to get emotional. This is Sandra's last week. I know I told you guys it would be a month of celebrations, and I want to thank CEO De La Rosa for coming down and surprising us last Friday. We had lunch and celebrated Sandra in Greenfield, and today she had flowers delivered from our CAO. So thank you for recognizing her contributions to our community. I got to play a bit of a bully last Friday, and she knocked on the door and we had it closed. The whole team was in there waiting for her, and I got to yell, "What do you want?" And she freaked out and she opened the door, and I said, "No, really, what do you want? We have a coffee machine," because her machine just broke. So we couldn't send her into retirement without a brand new Keurig. So she was very happy. But yes, so anybody who gets a chance, this Friday's her last day, and we welcome Julie De La Paz, who will be doing her best to fit those really big shoes. And then the last thing I'll mention is I'll be with some of my colleagues in our CAO up in Sacramento this Friday, welcoming our new speaker, Rivas, to his role, and look forward to spending time with all of you who are going up there to celebrate that investiture, inauguration, or whatever it's referred to officially. We'll ask Supervisor Alejo for the clarities on that. But thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Adams.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I had some really fun and interesting things this past weekend. I was joined Mayor Velasquez of Soledad and Mayor Williamson of Monterey to welcome the Cal Cities Latino Caucus, who were having their networking dinner, and got to just thank them for choosing Monterey to have their meetings. They were meeting at the Intercontinental Hotel. So it was lovely to have an opportunity to meet a few folks and say thank you very much. Also want to say that this coming July 6th through 9th, Pebble Beach is going to be hosting the first time ever women's open golf tournament. And it's really a wonderful opportunity for us to have this event in our own community. But this past Saturday, I had the opportunity to do something that was just really moving and special. I went down and presented some certificates of merit to heroes, Paul Bandy, Amy Johns, and Heath Braddock, who jumped into action to save Steve Brummer's life. This was a fellow who's a swimmer, and he was swimming. His group is called the Kelp Crawlers, and he goes out and swims every day. This is nothing for him. So he's swimming along, and all of a sudden, a shark bites him on the arm, flips him over, and then attacks him on his leg. And it was just unbelievable. But by chance, Paul Bandy, who's a off-duty Sacramento police officer, and his wife, Amy Johns, is a nurse, were paddleboarding just very, very close, heard him calling. So they paddleboarded over. There was a fellow, Paul Bandy, Heath Braddock on shore, who was a surf instructor. He heard what was happening. He took another surfboard, 2 surfboards, and swam out to the guy right away. There was a 10-foot circle of blood around him. I mean, it was just unbelievable. This was a year ago that this all took place. So they pull in the paddle boarders, the nurse is there, the cop is there, the surf guy was there. They got him to shore. The surfer called 911 from the water. The ambulance was waiting for him on the beach by the time they got him in. It was 59 minutes from the minute he called from help till he was on the operating table at Natividad.
Wow.
Honestly, it was unbelievable to meet this man and hear this story. The doctor who was at Natividad, who operated on him right away, and the anesthesiologist were both there at this celebration. It was unbelievable. He showed me his arm. I mean, it's, very badly scarred, but after a year of physical therapy, and he was a fit 62-year-old swimmer. He's walking without help, and he's walking like normal. He had on shorts, just unbelievable. But he said he's got a lot of scarring from, there was this much of his bone that was exposed from the shark just chomping away. So I was very thankful and very happy to be able to be there to thank everyone. But more importantly, I was so proud of Natividad. I mean, they're responsible for this guy, being alive. There was another ICU nurse on the shore, and she took off her T-shirt and made a tourniquet to stop the bleeding while they got him in the ambulance. I mean, it was really unbelievable. We really, you just think about serendipity. I told the guy, I just cannot wait to see what you do in this next part of your life, because clearly somebody did not want him to go. It was wonderful. So thank you for my story.
Wow.
My worst nightmare.
Yeah.
But definitely a lot of heroes there.
Yeah.
Congrats to all of them. They well-deserved
Could you ask for
accolades.
a policeman, a nurse, an ICU nurse, and and a surfer?
Yeah.
With the boards.
Shark hunter. Supervisor Askew.
Let's hear. I wanted to welcome Christian and Sebastian, who are working in my office this summer. They're interns with our Workforce Development Board Summer Cadre program, and they've been fantastic. So if you guys are watching, thank you and welcome. And I want to acknowledge too the 1-year anniversary of the Dobbs decision, and just say how grateful and thankful I am to work with a group of people who were so quick and willing to stand up and say that reproductive rights matter and that we're going to do everything we can here in Monterey County to protect our residents and those who need care, and that healthcare includes many things, including abortion sometimes. I really appreciate knowing that's who we have leading this county. So thank you guys for that. And then I want to wish a very happy birthday celebration to Eric Mora, my policy analyst in the district. He's not working today, so hopefully not watching, but we do wish you a very, very happy birthday.
Good boss for giving the day off.
Actually,
we had to force him. Take the week off. You're out.
I'm going to weigh in on that because someone who is here is celebrating her 30th birthday on June 30th, this coming Friday. So she's ready to go. Oh, same year.
And just for the record, Colleen Courtney. It's
Oh, yes,
happy
Colleen
birthday.
Courtney is my chief of staff.
I can't
I'm not
see,
just
so I'm like-
pointing to some random person that I happened to meet on the street. Colleen Courtney, my chief of staff. Thank you
Perfect.
for coming down.
Thank you. All right, and I'll end by just congratulating our newest judge. Several of us, Supervisor Lopez and I, were at his investiture ceremony. Ian Rivamonte, comes from Santa Clara County, but he is a law school friend to our local judge, Rafael Vasquez. And so he becomes the second Filipino American ever to hold that position in our county. So I want to wish him well and look forward to him to serving our residents in our Superior Court well that come before him. I also want to congratulate our next speaker of the State Assembly, Robert Rivas, who is having an inauguration ceremony, but his swearing in is this Friday at 9:30 a.m. And Supervisor Lopez, I don't know if any supervisor asked you, are you going?
I'll be there Thursday night.
You'll be there for Thursday night,
Yeah.
and former Supervisor Simon Salinas will all be there attending that ceremony. But he becomes the 71st speaker, and it's exactly 70 years ago that our area had an assembly speaker from this region. Back in 1953 was the last one we had. So certainly a historic moment and a really an example of somebody who was able to build a coalition and be able to earn the top leadership role in the state assembly. So I look forward to him being able to work with us and hopefully deliver a lot of wins in his leadership role. Last thing I would say, I want to congratulate my former staff, Jackie Jimenez, my former executive assistant. Started out as my intern when she was 14 years old in high school, but she went on to law school in San Diego and just got married last Saturday. She got a job. She did an internship with our district attorney's office after finishing law school, but went to work for the San Diego, your old stomping ground, the city attorney's office. But now just got hired for the U.S. attorney's office in the San Diego district. So in the criminal division. So we're first Latina I know to ever work in the U.S. attorney's office, and hopefully we'll be a rising star in the legal profession. So wishing her well, her and Nick well on their recent marriage and her new job. With that, we won't be here next week because it's July 4th next Tuesday, and we'll see everybody back on July 11th. But we do have our closed session report out by our county council.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. There was no reportable action today.
And with that, county council, thank you. And we will adjourn this meeting, everybody. Thank you for your patience. And it is 5:35.